Okay, everyone, I'm back. I'm back because I really have to make progress with this. Hopefully, I will manage to solve all the annoying problems that I ran into about this code and get something productive happening. So how's everybody doing? Hopefully, everyone are doing okay. Okay, so I really want to solve this problem that I was running into. Am I compiling here? I don't remember. Probably not. Who knows? Yes. Okay. So I need to fix this compilation issue. Just to give basic context, I'm working on this music composition software. But before I'm continuing to go back to that software, I ran into a data structure problem. I had to create a data structure that can maintain pointer-like relationships, but also can be serialized into some text format like JSON. Yes, so call me your personal template warrior. Here you go. Alana knows so much more about templates than I do, and I think it's awesome that we have her here on the stream. Template metaprogramming is such an obscure part of C++. That's why I'll be switching often to something like Gemini when I have to do that. Yeah, so let's see exactly where my code failed right now. Let's see if we can have some idea about this. Where's my messages here? Here they are. Okay, so I was trying to do this. Maybe I didn't call this correctly. Ref name object, right? I think that's it. Shared pointer of container. Maybe is that what it calls? Let's see why. So let's try to call that child, and then Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I was able to be of some help. We both of us, Alana and I, we are in a Discord group called the Audio Programmer, where I'm one of the mods. Feel free to jump in there, where we discuss all kinds of topics about audio programming, C++, not just C++, other languages too, and we discuss a lot of these, real-time code and stuff like that. It's great. There's also a YouTube channel called the Audio Programmer. I will probably give shout outs to the channel often because it's one of my favorite channels on YouTube. I'm also on it as a guest instructor once in a while, so you should be watching this to learn programming, C++, Juice, C major, stuff like that. Okay, what is the problem here? I was spacing out while I was browsing the code. Okay, it was looking for an object called serialize. It didn't find it. Of which type? Base. Okay, that's great. So it was trying to why was it ever calling that, trying to look for the base? That's interesting. Let me remove this for a second because I want to kind of clear up the stack here. This is another vector. Yeah, how did the base get there? That's interesting. So, okay. Just calling add child with the child and the create function. Just wait until you get your own Modalics channel when you have libraries and frameworks. I mean, I do have a Modalics channel. This is actually streaming on the Modalics channel as well on YouTube. And we do have, I have some libraries that are public to open source, but I've never put in a lot of effort in my public libraries. But there are some that I'm working on, like this drivers library that I was doing here, and I do have some public repos that you can check out, like my CMake repo and a few example repos that I have. I have a data structures repo with some helpers for real-time code as well. Okay, poly object. Let's see. So let's look at this. Came in with the correct thing into yeah, it does look like this came into the correct piece of code, but there's something here where for whatever reason this looks correct. Pointer to container, reflector, small string. Here, always forget we can omit a lambda's empty parameter list. Yes, exactly. It's actually one of the things I like about it, that you don't have to have these, this thing, right? So funny. This is the thing, right? I can write a lambda like this, but this is really not needed if it's empty. If it had something, and I could need something like an int x. But otherwise, I can just do this, and this is a totally valid function that I can call, right? Yeah, that's true. It's true. Okay, let me think now. I want to crack this. I want to find out what it is that's here that's not helping me move forward. And poly. Let's go through this template call stack again. Somehow get to an object and try to call object.serialize on the child. That's interesting. Why did you do that? Ref a child. Okay, so you try to reference it. But so if it's loading, it says. Let's see, what did I do there? It's been a while since I wrote this. On which up base? So base was it was trying to get the base value by value somehow. Oh. Maybe the problem is this code expects the base class to not be pure, to not be abstract. Maybe that's it. Yes, I think when I do this, okay, I think I understand the problem. The problem that this expects my code to be structured in a certain way, which is fine for now, but I need to remember this because I need to make a more durable template. I think the problem is, where's my demo app? So I think the problem is in these like fake. Let me just simplify this because I don't need all this code usually. The problem, I created this like a example base class here, but I think the problem is, I think this code expects serialize to be a virtual method, and I think that's fine. Like I can do this. I can probably even do equals 0 void, control void serialize, right? So I think, and then I have to make sure that these other parts override. I think this is the part where that I was kind of assuming that types would have it. Let's see what happens now. Okay, failed somewhere else. That's good. No matching constructors for pointer ID base with the type is vector of shared pointer base. Okay. An instantiation of function template specialization. I pass the container. And then I pass the object. Maybe I can't forward this constructor. Maybe I need to just do it manually. Do something like a container. There we go. Compiling. Okay, so let's see what this did. If oh, I need to add this. Let's see if this part is going to compile. The part about this is the vector that references that other vector, and this also doesn't compile. Let's see why. So close, so close. But you know what? Before I'll do that, let's keep this not serialized, and I'm just going to first I'm going to serialize the this. So what I'll do, I'll change this function order a little. I'll do something like, you know, just create initial data, return data. Now let's start with serializing auto data equals create initial data, serializing debug JSON data. I do think it's a little reaffirming to see that everyone struggles with such little details. I always think I'm just too stupid, especially a professional like you with such deep understanding. Yes. You know, I think that this is the struggle. I want to believe this is kind of the struggle of programming in general. You know, that that even in stuff that I know, like let's say I know how to do stuff, like I'm going to run into bugs and stuff. And I think everyone like that. Like I don't know anyone who just write types code and it's bug free. Like usually there's stages of understanding what it is that you've done. And I'm not even talking about like the template stuff, just because there's usually higher level problems you're trying to solve, and it's not so easy to even define well what the problems are. And yeah, that's why you know sometimes when I do tutorials, sometimes in a tutorial I'll do something like I'll already do something that I kind of know how to do, or I already know how to do, and it looks like I'm so smart because you know I've solved the problem before, and now I'm going to resolve it live. But it makes me look, you know, like I'm such an expert, but it's only because I've already done this. I practiced it. You know, it's kind of like doing a performance more than it is, you know, solving the problem of coding. Yeah, so I think that there's a lot to be said about, in my opinion, about the process of iterating over it and not knowing what to do and find better solutions over time and stuff like that. Yeah, so I want to see what is this thing that I serialized. I just grabbed this JSON thing. I'm going to put it in Visual Studio Code just because I want to have a nice JSON visualizer. Okay. Sorry, format. Was that it? Command Shift F or Alt Shift F? What am I doing to? Never mind. What just happened? Why am I looking like this? Okay. So, yeah, so as you can see, the idea of what I wanted to do is I wanted to see that my my poly serializer works, and that means there's other types here. I actually put in different types in the code, A, B, and A, and they have different members, right? You can see that let's look at this JSON thing. You can see that if it's of type A, the member was X and it's a number. If it's of type B, the member was called Y and it's a text, right? So that's why I wanted to check that works. I want to see that I'm able to store these different types in this JSON thing, and then when this will get deserialized, we're going to test this in a second. We need to see that the actual types, like the C++ types, get restored from this. So I'm going to, now I'm going to do something like serializing get JSON. Oh, to JSON. How do I call this? To JSON data. So I'm storing the JSON. Now I'm going to create another something like to restored data, which is going to be serializing create from JSON of type data with this data, or with this sorry, to JSON equals this. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm just going to place something here in x equals 0. So let's see if... so this thing just created a new object of the data using my serializing library, and let's see if it can recreate the types. That's really the magic that we're looking for this thing. Like I was hoping that... oh, here you go. So it did not. So there's a bug here. You see when I clicked my load... my loading thing crashed, even though my saving to JSON worked, I think, but loading did not work. Let's see why. So what is it I create? Okay, yeah, so doing this failed. Let's see why. I'm going to trace these calls. I also want to put on the screen what Orlando was saying. That's what professionals should teach beginners. Failing is normal and not because of yourself. Yes. You know what? This is really important. This is actually something that I think some people should know about this. You kind of see, especially if you go to like YouTube or Twitch or something, you go and see sometimes people being like in the zone, especially when they're doing these edited segments where they're getting through from one thing to another, and it's so straight line and they know what to do. But that's not real coding. That's more of like reprising something you've already done. Like, let's say I'm going to write code that I've already written yesterday, but I'm going to rewrite it today. I can achieve that speed and this like confidence. But I can't do it with a problem that I haven't solved yet. And nobody can. Nobody can. Not John Carmack, and not Jonathan Blow, and not Linus Torvalds. Like nobody who's even like the genius coders can just say, okay, you just type from one point to another. They're also looking, searching, debugging, running into weird things. At least to my understanding. That this is how they work from working with a lot of programmers. I think this is the method that I'm familiar with. So I think that people should really not be too starstruck by what they see on YouTube and Twitch, because some of these stuff, not always, sometimes people do like me. They do like these streams where they do it live and they handle the problem, but sometimes it's just a rehearsed thing. And I do that too, right? Sometimes I would rehearse something. Before the stream, I'll go over all the classes and functions that need to be there, and then during the stream, I'll be like so smooth and confident, and I would know where everything is. And I do it to make the stream a bit more snappy, right? But I don't think that's necessarily the reality of the day-to-day stuff of programming. That's my opinion about this. Okay. I think I have do I have a stack overflow here? What's going on? Do I have some loop? to see what the bug is. This whole thing is deep in a stack of calls, of template calls that I make when I call this. Not so deep actually. So this is called add poly, and I think the problem, yes, I think I understand what's happening here. I'm probably not handling the loading case correctly because, let's see. So if I'm loading, which I am, then yeah, so I have this thing that it should be which should be calling back into this. But maybe I've missed something. Maybe the callback isn't happening. Ref create child name, that's fine. Child, okay, create func. So I did call create func here, but ooh. Why is this an invalid value? Okay. Okay, this looks fine. It looks like there is a container there. Invalid value. Why is this an invalid value? So what did this container look like at this point? I did have a good break. I got food from this gourmet restaurant. They're called Dunkin' Donuts, which is one of the only places here that at our early hours, like 8 a.m., will deliver me something with a multi-grain bagel. So I have this monstrous pile of coffee. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for these comments. Honestly, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate people watching and talking, and this is kind of, you know, this kind of gets me energized. And some people like Alanda are extremely smart and helpful, and I think that I'm super happy to be you know, in the presence of a few people. Okay, or in the virtual presence, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, this is good. This is good. Let's see where we are. I need a way to figure out why is this. So what happens? This tries to dereference this immediately. I think this is kind of weird. Something happens during this flow that I've used, and I want to see exactly what I did when that happens. Because yeah, so the thing is, this same function is going to get called when I'm now it got called when I'm saving. This is fine. Let's go back to the next time. You can see by that now that the reflectors has become a JSON saver, right? Became like a derived class. So now it's JSON saver, still a JSON saver, and now it's a JSON loader. Okay, that's good. So let's see what it is that it tried to do. So this is a comment here. Interesting. So I wasn't sure what this is going to be. I have some basic SQL and Python coding experience, but purchased Modalics products and am experiencing with my home studio. Interesting to see this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you know, It's something that, or my partner in Modalics and I were thinking like, hey, are people on the Modalics channels are going to be interested in this? But hopefully once right now I'm handling some very low level data structure problem, but hopefully you will also see, and you do see on these streams, you will also see a lot of like higher level design things that we're doing. Like you will see later how this all kind of connects to this music composition software and plugin that we're working on. So hopefully this is entertaining and helpful to everyone. Yes, the gourmet food of Dunkin' Donuts. They do have some very solid coffee. I'll give them that. It's very good. Okay. Focus. We can do this. Okay, so I need to find out what it is about this flow doesn't work. And I think the problem is, like, maybe I did not, so it looks like I did not handle the right handling when it's null. I think that's really the problem. I think I was kind of expecting this to not be null. Like, I think if I will do something really horrible, like if objects is equal to null PTR, this is not the correct way to do this. So, right. So something else. If it's not equal, so then obj equals to make shared of a or something. I think if I will do that, this will prevent the crash. Hello, watch with fun. Hopefully you're having fun watching this. I'm working, so people know I'm working on the new composition software by Modalics. It's going to be something that's meant for algorithmic composition. So it would be a way for you as a user to specify rules or kind of like set of functions that you can use, and it's would be a great way to compose music in a higher level than manually doing things. So it's a very extreme concept that we're investigating. But now I'm just solving some low-level problem about my data structures, right? So this didn't work. Let's see why. Would that have reached? Yeah, it was reached. And I did create it as a... Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, I created it. So this is fine. Oh, this is interesting, though. I think maybe the problem is before. Oh, I see what's going on here. So the comment is, so cool. I am a data analyst for a health insurance company, but I'm a bassist learning the ropes of home studio. I'm using Mindset and Beat Scholar mostly. Yay! That's awesome. That's awesome that you're using Mindset and Beat Scholar. If you have tracks that you've made with it, please send it over. I think it would be awesome for people, for me and for people in the chat to watch. Mindset and Beat Scholar. Those are two of our flagship plugins. I love them. I'm definitely would be interested to know what kind of music people are creating with this. We just got a video yesterday from Brazil, I think, from somebody making really nice music with Mindset drums from Brazil. I thought it was awesome. I'm really looking to see how it inspires people. I found recently there was this amazing Arabic musician making Arabic music with it. So good. It's very, very interesting the way people get kind of explore these products. And this actually, I'm going to switch over to my speech here. What I'm doing actually is, you can say that it's the next level of things that we've experimented with in products like Beat Scholar and Eon ARP, where we were trying to broaden the horizon of what can be done interface-wise, like how do you express music a certain way. and yeah, and we're trying to even just push this even further in terms of what your mind can comprehend and what we can put on screen in front of you to help you with that. So the question is, would you mind sharing the Brazil music? Yeah, absolutely. Let me go. This is on the Modalics Instagram, but I can just copy the link. Hopefully the link copying is going to just work. So we got tagged. It was just yesterday. It was a person who made more than one demo. I want to share the previous demo he made. You know what? Because it's so good. Because he made more than one track. It's by a person. His name is. I'm pretty sure he's Brazilian, right? Am I wrong? He's Brazilian. His name is Samir Razak. I hope I'm not getting this wrong, but I'm almost sure that he's from Brazil. Let's see if I find the right video. He's a very, very good content creator. I mean, he's a fantastic musician. He's so good. Yeah, so let me... how do I share the link here? I wish I could just play this without being taken down. Or just be great. Or maybe I can. I don't know. Maybe I can just play this because it's on Instagram. I don't know how this works. Yeah, I'm just gonna put the link here in the comments. Yeah. Okay. So I'm putting the link here in the comment. I don't know if it can show in everywhere where you're seeing this. Maybe if you're seeing this on LinkedIn, you can see it. But I think in most of these other ones, it will show, like Twitch, YouTube. Maybe not on Twitter. It's gonna show up on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. So this was a track made by. Hopefully, I'm not screwing it up, but I'm 99% sure he's Brazilian. Semi Rizek. Maybe if someone can dig deeper and remind me that if I'm actually correct that he's from Brazil, but he's so good. He does finger drummings with mindset drums. It's so beautiful. Mad Hatter is asking, how do we share? I'm not good at this yet and just starting, but made a track with Eon Arp and Beat Scholar. It is fun. Yes. How do you share? First of all, you can post the link here in the comments. You can also, go to our Discord. We have a Modalics Discord and place it. There's a place there where people can post their music. Yeah, you can always, send this to me over email on info@modalics.com. That will reach both me and Or Lubianico, my partner. So we can see it. It's always, like the best moments for us when people send us tracks. I'll say hi to Omiko here. Thank you for joining the stream. So as I said, I'm working on this music composition software for Modalics. It's going to be a standalone app, but also a plugin. And right now, I'm just trying to find an annoying bug with my data structures, right? Something with my my very, very complicated templated serializing library has a bug, and I need to be solving that bug. And I think what happened was yeah, so this looks fine. Here you go. This is not good. Objects, invalid value. Yeah, it seems like something here didn't work. So there should be some extra protection mechanism, I guess, that's missing here. Let's see why that is. So why does the Restream bot show some YouTube comments? Why aren't they in chat like my messages? Oh, you know what? I think it's because I'm streaming this on a few different places. So I think, for example, if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm actually broadcasting this on both my channel and the Modalics channel. I don't know where you're watching this from, but I think this is the reason. Like, it could be another YouTube channel. But the idea is that, you know, it kind of distributes those comments for everyone, so everyone can be can be a part of the conversation, even if you're on Twitch or on some other place. Okay. Okay. So the problem is, if I'm starting to understand it. When I'm calling this, I'm somehow passing this something I call the create function. And a lot of the syntax, by the way, is very kind of convoluted because it has to be templated and work with a lot of different types. So I was trying to generalize a lot, and not always they succeeded. So there's some places where there's all these assumptions on the original types where where this was used. Here it is. So what is derived? So here we go. I'm calling container. Yeah, this looks good. This looks like it tries to create this and assign it into the container. But wait, this is weird. I'm dereferencing this container. So changing this is not going to change anything. Okay, now I'm starting to see the bug. I wonder, it's one of these, I wonder how this ever worked. Here it is. Okay, that explains it. Okay, this is the bit of code that's used in most of our code. This is the bit, and when I converted it to this was just added like a day or two ago. I think I was I think the problem is I was assuming this, like, this does not need to be here, right? Maybe I was kind of yeah, I think this does not need to be here. Let's try again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to fix quite a few things now. Okay, this has not crashed. And so the owner vector has, oh, sorry, what was the type that I restored? Restore data. Let's see if the types, here it is, A, B, and A. This worked out, woohoo! Okay, so the, I'm gonna just delve back to explain that I did reach my immediate goal here. The immediate goal here was that I can create this hybrid data structure that has, in this case, different classes brought into, right? So I have this vector here, this thing, owner vec. It's a vector shared pointer to the base class. And what I did is that I was inserting a bunch of different classes into it, like A, B, and A, that all derive from base, some stupid base class that I made for the test. And I want to see that I can serialize it into JSON and then deserialize to have this information kind of loaded back from text. So now I have this duality connection of text and of C++ data types. Basically, they can co-interact. Now I need to finish this, and hopefully this part won't be so difficult, so that I can I'll be able to start moving this entire solution back into my my program, back into my real program. Okay, so this doesn't compile, but that makes sense. That makes sense. So let's see what's up here. Where is my actual error? Could not construct. Okay, so it did not appreciate my create function that I supplied to it. Why? Create pointer A. It's okay. Pointer T of container. Let's see. Create pointer ID. Oh, you know what? I think maybe the problem is I might need an assignment operator on this. Maybe? This returns a pointer ID of T in container. Okay. Okay. And then when it tries to create this create function thing, passes this thing, the factory. Factory. Place a load. Okay. Okay. See if I can find the use of the factory. Okay, so I'm placing back and getting something from that factory. In this case would be point yeah, so it needs to find a constructor from the return value of this into the container, into this. Let's see why it can do that. Let's have a look. Let's do this thing manually, basically. Let's go and see if I can instantiate an exact call that causes this bug. So I need something like this. I need the vector somewhere. On the rec, or just for uniformity, rec equals this. And then really I can just manually what's the name of that other thing? Pointer. Oops. Okay. going to be a vector of this. Okay, so now I'm going to see, and what I should be able to do now is do pointer vec dot place back create func. That's really under the hood what this you know, the original code was trying to do. This is a manual way to kind of inject this, and this doesn't work. So hopefully now I should get a clear idea, because this doesn't go through the template stack. Pointer vec is a vector of this pointer ID of base, and create func is giving me, so let's just go to obj equals create func. This is going to give me a pointer ID of A, right? Let's do this. So it couldn't construct an object. There's something about the constructors of the actual object, I think. Here we go. This worked. But I couldn't do this directly. Why couldn't I do this directly? Oh. Maybe because it needs to be like some move constructor happening here or something? Yeah, I think that's, or a copy constructor. Maybe that's the problem. I think that the problem is this pointer ID thing is missing some default constructors. So I can do something like pointer ID const pointer ID other or something equals default. So that will be like just a copy constructor. Let's see if this is gonna make it build. This looks good. No, does not look good. Why couldn't this construct this? This will give me a pointer ID of A and blah blah blah, the container blah blah. Pointer ID of A. Why can't I construct something with a pointer ID of base with an A? Because I have this already constructed from, oh, and this could be a const, I guess. Yeah, maybe this could be a const. Let's see. So I think maybe the problem is just couldn't construct it on the spot. Okay, this looks better. This is compiling. Now let's remove this and go back to my actual serialization code, which does the same thing in a more encapsulated way. And it compiles. And now, drum roll. And then I can, well, I'm so excited this finally gets to a place where it's working. Let's remove all this stuff and let's do again O2 original equals create initial data. JSON is serializing to JSON original. And then let's create a whole new object. You know, new data equals serializing create from JSON or of type data with the original. With the JSON. And I'll place something here for debugging. And this is really what I was going for. Like this, if this works, pray to the lords of code, pray to Bjarne Strustrup or whoever it is that you're praying for. Owner vector. Okay, this is not good. This is not what should have happened here. There should not have been 6 items here. The pointer vector is correct. The owner vector is doing something double. Why is it doing something double? Let's see. Probably some weird logical error. That's interesting. 6 items. Why do I have 6 items? So there's a question. For serialization, have you considered protobuf? I have considered protobuf, and there's many reasons why I don't use it. But protobuf is very good for what it does, just to be clear. But it's not. I don't see it as a awesome solution. Let me explain what protobuf is in general. Protobuf is, a serializing format like JSON or something, but you can have types. Like it has some schema file that's like the source of truth for what the files are, and that means that if you can have a build step in your program. Like I can have a pre-build step that would turn all these types, for example, into H files, into header files for C++, and into something equivalent for other languages. And that means that you can share those types. Like you can build a struct, and that will generate, schema files and stuff like that for JavaScript and stuff, and header files for C++, and all of them will be generated from the same source of truth, which is protobuf. And that's great. However, I don't like protobuf in my code, and here's why. Protobuf means that you're losing everything that C++ can do, right? Because protobuf is something that does not know about C++ types. I'm going to go here to talk about this here. So protobuf does not have the concept of an atomic. It does not have the concept of a pointer. It does not have the concept of dynamic dispatch. It does not have the concept of base classes. Nothing of that sort. So basically, if you use protobuf, you're moving all your code that does something useful into other places, right? You're saying, well, don't do anything useful in the data, but so if I would take my use case, for example, let's say I've used protobuf, I would still have to write a function that takes takes this protobuf thing, right, and creates the derived classes after that, right? So I would still have to write the interesting code that takes a base class and makes it derived classes, because protobuf can't do all that stuff. It cannot do polymorphism and stuff, because that won't translate to another language does not have object oriented. Protobuf cannot just give me an atomic, so I would have but it could give me an int, so I could have a class that copies that int into my atomic, right? So I would have to write a lot of boilerplate around the protobuf to actually use the types that we like in C++. If I wanted to use an unordered map, or I wanted to use some flat map, or like all of my interesting data structures, I would have to manually kind of copy from to. So I don't know if it's going to help me much in my code. However, as a backend, protobuf is very cool. So it's actually possible that my reflection system at some point would also support protobuf, because if I'll work with somebody who works in JavaScript that uses protobuf, I can then kind of co-communicate with them the way I do now with JSON. So I think this would be a very useful thing. It's just all this problem with these serialization is that it tries to look for a common denominator, and the common denominator between C++ and JavaScript is JavaScript, and it's not C++. So that's really where it gets kind of lossy format. So I want to say hi to Python Gamer. Hey Python. I will give a bit of context. I'm creating a music composition software plugin that is meant for algorithmic composition, kind of where you're supplying rules and functions almost, and it lets you kind of create very long and complicated music with just a few statements. I am implementing this in C++, so there's going to be some C++ discussion intertwined with this, and you'll see a lot of C++ code on screen. This is for my company Modalics, my company that I've started with Olu Bianikel, my awesome partner. As we speak, as I'm doing the code, he's somewhere else doing design and trying to come up with UI concept and stuff like that. He might jump on the stream. He goes on these streams often, and then he shows more on the user side. He's much better than this than I am. He's going to show he's going to show his graphic mockups and other stuff that will eventually be made into a product. So there's a question: what do you prefer, Python or C++? I prefer. I mean, okay. I'm going to say it like this. If you ask me personally, I much prefer to write as a language, right? Let's not talk about like the usage of language. I love C++. I think C++, especially modern C++, is a beautiful language. There are now more modern languages that you can look at, and those are super interesting. But I think C++ has this combination of really enormous expressivity. Like you can really express anything that you want in C++ with templates and object-oriented programming and all this stuff. But also the great thing about C++, I feel like it's the fact that after you've gone through the hurdles of learning C++, your C++ code will run everywhere. It's going to compile to every platform you can imagine. It's going to run at the fastest speed that can possibly be. And a lot of these higher level languages like Python does a lot of useful things. A lot. If you want to write a machine learning algorithm or something, you can write it in Python, right? Because you want to write some math and or some train a model or something. Like you don't care so much about how the machine works. And it's awesome. Or if you want to write, some logic to a game or something. I think there's there's so much stuff that will be done really well with Python. But I would say that in terms of a code that's expressive, like how you create abstractions that kind of build on top of one another and become powerful, I think that C++ is much better, and there's other languages in that space that I really like a lot. Like Swift is super nice. Rust has a lot of nice features. There's a lot of really great languages that are powerful and allow you to be very create power with your code. Python, I would say, is very good to get shit done in many elements. I do have to say that I see some question here about JavaScript. So let's read this question as well. I have lost my dad at the age of 6. Oh my, that's horrible. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I don't know how to deal with that. Wow, that's horrible. Currently, I have responsibility of my family on me, so currently learning web development and struggling with React. Can you please get me a remote internship or job? I don't know about the job because most of what we do is in C++. We don't, but I did have a little bit of experience. I mean, I do have a little bit of experience with JavaScript. I think it's awesome that you're learning React. React is fantastic. I think that there's so much you can do nowadays with web tech. So, if you're getting control of it, because I don't think learning to use React is very different from learning to use JavaScript. Learning to use C++ or Python. I think it's just about like hardcore getting the experience. Just hardcore. If you're doing React, you got to make a few dynamic websites and different kinds of pages and components so that you have a good control over how this works. And once you do, there's I always see so many jobs opening for JavaScript. I think that if you go on LinkedIn or something, I think you will very quickly be able to find interviews for a remote job or a job where you are, because there's so much demand for people who can do good front end. So yeah, I would just so again, I can help you on the job stuff because it's not we don't hire front end JavaScript people, but pretty much like if I open LinkedIn, like half the stuff I see is like we're looking for a React programmer or something. I think it's gonna be easy. Okay. Landa says she thinks React is getting out of fashion with all the frameworks out there. Some of these frameworks, I believe, are based on React. right? I need to see more, read more about this. Like I'm not as up to date about all the different frameworks. But it's not like if you learn React, then later you can't learn, something else. Like I think if you learn React, you'll be quickly adjusted to whatever is the next best thing. Like it's basically all JavaScript, and most of these have similar behavior. I'm using Juice in C++. I just the other day I made something with IamGUI, and I'm sure I can make the same thing with Qt. And I made similar things with the Waves UI library, which is not Juice and not Qt, but something kind of like this. It's as long as you know C++ or whatever JavaScript, you can probably work with any library. It's just like a matter of a couple of days of kind of refreshing yourself on the internals of the library and how to get what you want done with it. There's a question. Do you think a teenager like me who just started learning HTML5 today can make a website? Sure. What do you mean? Sure. I'm not an expert in web tech, but yeah. First of all, you can already make good websites just with HTML, right? Like this already should allow you quite a lot of flexibility. I think for more dynamic stuff, you'd probably want to use some JavaScript and React. I think that would be a good start to make things happen. There's so many tutorials about this. Honestly, I'm not an expert. Most of the JavaScript I write is it's backend. It's like Node.js stuff. I do some JavaScript, like on our website, for example. There's some front-end JavaScript there, but it's very, very basic. Like I don't write a lot of front-end code, but yeah, I think that if you're doing this as a teenager, you're gonna have a great future. Just once you're a bit more, have a bit more kind of iterations and hours that you've spent. Yeah. It would be nice to be able to embed Figma into a Juice frontend. Yeah, why not? We already use Figma. But we export the SVG and then we import it back to get the. It would be nice if you can kind of get a whole UI from it. I think that's something in the line of thought that there's Daniel who makes plugin GUI Magic, and I think those are meant. I don't know if it can import Figma as is, but I think that's really the intention behind things like that. Can you just tell me what should I do to get highly paid and will have a great scope in the future? Yeah, it's hard. I'm not the best person to ask of what's the best way to get highly paid, because that's, it's not. There's no one thing. But I think getting good in the one programming language that you like is a very quick and relatively sure way to get highly paid. Like if you're good in any kind of programming language, you usually get a job. Hard for me to. Yeah, you need to be good. You have to have control, because people want to hire people who will provide solutions for them. If you're a person that, you're gonna sit down and you're gonna work for somebody and they're gonna ask you, hey, can you do this or this on my website? And you say, yes, I can do this. Give me a week and I'll do the thing that you want. Who would not pay for this person, right? It is tricky when you're not yet accomplished, right? So you have to learn, because there's this. I understand there's a moment in time where you can't do what you want just yet, you don't have the skill, and you want to get a job. So I get that. It's difficult to get a job where you will be trained. Not all places hire interns. So, but I do think nowadays it's so up to you, because it's not like you need to go to an expensive school or something to learn programming. Everything is on YouTube. Literally everything is on YouTube. You have so many hours of JavaScript tutorials on YouTube. It's not even a thing. And there's Discord groups and forums, and it's so easy to get the answers what you need. Now you can use ChatGPT or Gemini to help you even with autocomplete the parts of the code you don't understand. You can get started. I don't know. I don't see why. If you're good and you spend the hours to be good, you will not get a good job that pays well. Just put in the time. I know this sounds like a boring advice, but I am a bio IP student. And what's bio IP? Bio IP. And many YouTubers say that programming requires math and methods. Do you think math is actually important for programming? I mean, I probably know the I'm probably one of the people who knows the least amount of math among programmers. So maybe I'm the wrong person to ask. My math is not amazing, to say the least. I think it is helpful to know some math. But, you don't need to be like an expert in math. There are places where in DSP and stuff where I'm like, okay, I bite the bullet and I'm reading a little bit about math. Not much. Not a lot of math in most of what I do, at least. But it's a lot of logic. Logic is really heavy. Like, you need to be able to think about all these complicated flows from one thing to another like we do now. It's and how it kind of... how things connect, and you need to be able to build trees of information in your brain and parse them. So there's a lot of that, which is the same skill you need in math, I guess. But there's also some domains, like if you want to do GPU programming or something, then you need to know more math, right? If you need to do DSP programming, you need more math. There are fields where math is very, in the core of the thing. The question can you please mentor me one-on-one? Be great for me. I'll follow you and please get me a job. I mean, here's the thing. If you have specific questions, I'll try to answer. I can't really do, especially because you're looking for. My understanding is you're looking for a job in the web world or in the Python world, and I'm not an expert in that. Like, I mean, if you told me that you wanted to do what I do, like audio programming, I can maybe help more because I know companies and I know what people are looking for. In the web world, you probably want to work with somebody who knows the market, right? Who knows that one market that you want to go into. That because they will not only help you technically, and they'll tell you, hey, learn this framework that's currently in demand, or learn this language. They would tell you, well, after you learn this language, here's the person you email, this person, right? So you probably want to find somebody who knows the thing that you're doing. Having that said, if you ever want to work in audio and do C++ audio programming, then contact me. I'll be the person for you. Yeah, I don't want I don't want to pretend like I know like I'm some. I mean, I have some I have some knowledge about JavaScript, right? But I'm as far from being an expert as can be, right? If a JavaScript person would be here, they'll laugh at me. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that I would pick. Audio is pretty specific. Like, it's also hard to get a job in audio because it's not as in demand as web. I think going for web is great for a job. If I just would be starting out and I didn't come from a music background, I would maybe start with the web. I think it's like much easier to get a job because everyone are doing web tech. So I think it would be smart to focus on web tech. And there's a great tip here from Arthina Elenda. As a tip, try to find Discord servers that handle the things you want to learn. These people can slowly and patiently get you close to where you need, and some of these servers have job channels. Yes, this is so good. I mean, generally, if you want to get a job in any field, by the way, one of the things that really helps, and that has helped me a lot in my life, is be in the community, right? Now people do that on LinkedIn. They'll follow people on LinkedIn and everything, but there's all these places where you can organically. And I'm talking about places on the internet, right? You don't have to go anywhere. Like, go to places on the internet where you can engage in conversations, right? Go on forums. There's forums for a lot of these. Ask questions in the forum. Like, I think even if you don't know anything and you're just asking questions and people respond to you and they see that you're interested in learning, they might say, hey, this person is interested in learning. Maybe once they do learn, I'll be happy to to have them as interns, because they were so nice and encouraging. And that, that's something you see often, by the way, in the Discord, in the audio programmer Discord, where Alanda and I are, is that there's people who come in and they have a question, right? They want to know the answer to their question, but they're really annoyed when they about the answers. They don't like the fact that the answer is not what they want. They want to get an answer faster. They people, they want to get done. They want to get something done, and there are people who are willing to engage. They ask. They ask stuff, but then they kind of really respect the people who are answering them, and they ask them follow-up questions. And I think that people can people can really look at that as an experience that can actually get you jobs. If you go to somewhere, go to a Discord, like Alana says, and ask questions and see also what people are interested in, because you will see sometimes you'll ask a question and people will tell you, this framework is not good. You should be using this other framework. So maybe you should say, hey, this is interesting. Let's learn about this thing, because obviously people in the community kind of send me into this direction. Maybe you should look into it. Maybe you should kind of query more about what this other tech is or something, right? There's all these, you will learn a lot just by being with the people who already do what you want to do. I didn't choose C++ because I thought C++ was the best. I chose C++ because I called companies that I was going to work with and I asked them, hey, what are you using? And they said, we're using C++. So we're like, okay, I'm gonna use C++. This is the correct answer, because I know that I want to work at that company. So I thought you have network in web dev, like your friends or anyone who can. I mean, I have a few friends who work in web dev, but it's not like I have a big, but it's not like I have some deep knowledge in that world. I know a little bit, it's very casual. But again, if you ask me about audio, I can talk to you about all the companies and what each one of these companies are doing. I will have proper information, right? If you ask me, what's the current best framework for JavaScript, or what's the best trend, because usually you have to look at trends. What's the new trend? I don't know. I can't tell you. I know a little bit from what I know, and that's it, really in that world. Which is a shame. I want to know more, But I'm sure if you'll follow somebody like, there's all these YouTubers, Twitchers like Prime, Theo, Ben Awad, all these people who are expert web devs. They know more about where things are going, and not really me. Okay, so question is, I'm dropping out of university due to some financial issues. Will it be a hindrance for me if I don't attend college at all? Well, I did not. I don't have any computer college degree. I have. I went to a music college, which I don't have a diploma from, by the way, even though I did 3 years. I don't have a college degree, and I don't think it's an issue, honestly. I think that if you're able to teach yourself, I think that you should be totally fine. There are some fields in the world where you kind of have to be in college. I know that, sometimes if you want to be a teacher, like a professor, sometimes I think you need a degree for that. I'm not an expert. Depends on the country. But I do know that for programming, you don't need a college degree. Maybe it helps. Maybe a university degree will get you into some jobs. But I think that if you're able to be, to teach yourself to be good at programming, have control over what you're doing, I don't see anyone who's not going to take you. Like if you, like I said, the boss wants you to, make him a great website that does, adds a registration form and adds a connection to their backend and adds, like if you can do whatever the boss asks you to do, like why won't you get a job? Just learn programming and be good at programming is my thing about it. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm trying to not. One of the things you kind of learn in programming, in my opinion, is that you learn to be humbled and say what you don't know. Like there are things that I don't know, but I think I can learn quickly. Like let's say that there's a C++ library that I've never used. I've already used it, a million C++ libraries, so I know that if I take a couple of days, I will learn that library because I have some experience doing the exact same thing. But I don't want to, when you try to reach, try to pretend like if I'm this technology person, then I know everything about technology. It's gonna be difficult. I don't think anyone knows everything about technology. I think, and also I see things from a paradigm, right? My paradigm is to do these high performance audio applications. So a lot of texts that don't fit in with my view of the world, I see as kind of redundant, right? Like I don't see the point of learning something like Java. Not because I don't think Java is good. It's a really pretty language in my opinion, but it does not fit in where I see the world. I see the world in like this fast programs that are used in like games and plugins and audio programs and so on. I'm still waiting for the day when the LS use FFmpeg. Sure, yeah, I've used FFmpeg. FFmpeg is not that bad. It's a little bad. I don't know. It's not the most. It's difficult to kind of a difficult building process. You have to link dynamically against it and add the DLL and stuff. Oh, and I think that it's something about the buffers. Like the buffers are interleaved, so you kind of have to copy the buffers. I forgot the details about that. I've used it a couple of times years ago. I forgot the details on about FFmpeg. FFmpeg is like this media playback library that a lot of people use. Honestly, I just recently did a bunch of wrappers around OpenGL, and OpenGL is much worse than FFmpeg. OpenGL is just horrible to use, so horrible. But you wrap it, you learn the horrible syntax, you write wrappers, and then suddenly it cleans up. What's your package? Just asking for motivation? What does it mean? What's my package? I don't know what a package means. I hope I don't know what it means. Let's say this way. Okay. All right, let's continue and get stuff done. This is awesome. Thank you, by the way, everyone for these comments. Keep them coming. I will be back into them. Okay, let's just make sure the world did not explode. Okay, package annually what you get paid. I don't want to talk about this stuff. Yeah, I didn't put anything on screen. I know. I was just like looking at my my email to see that the world has not collapsed. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to talk about this stuff. Also, it's important to note that at least in the last few years, I'm not a programmer. I mean, I'm a programmer, but I'm a business owner. So I don't get paid a paycheck. I get paid by whatever the business does. And I work for Modalics, the company that Or, Lubyanika, and I own. So getting paid is different. like if the business is doing well, sales are good, then I get paid. But also what I get paid is very fluctuating, right? Because let's say that the business did well, I'm not necessarily banking this money. It's very possible this money is going into hiring somebody, right? Or whatever, something like that. Like it's not. So my finances are not as straightforward as they were when I was working as a programmer for Waves or Xfer. Like for those companies, I was getting a paycheck. But this is different. Here I'm, very many times I might decide to take in a paycheck of 0 because we want to put in that money back in the company. Like or I will decide, hey, let's not take money this month. Let's hire somebody that will make us grow the business instead, right? So that's something that, I guess it's hard to explain in the life of somebody who's not an employee. But, that's the reality of where I am right now. So, okay. Hopefully this financial discussion made sense. Okay, back to screen. Here we go. Okay. Modalics will be the new NI. NI is Native Instruments. Sure, yeah. I mean, they've done pretty well for themselves, right? Maybe this is the direction we should be going. Who knows? Okay, back to find out what the bug that I had was I was working on this serializing thing, and I think what happened was, okay, this gets to this is pretty understandable. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So the problem I ran into is for some reason, which I was not yet sure, something got deserialized here twice. Why did that happen, right? I think something, it looked like when I loaded this, something weird was happening. So to make it weird, this problem with the owner vector. The owner vector was, why was it loading the same thing twice? Let's see if we can. I don't know anything here in the constructor, so I don't think that's the problem. But it does look like, because I think when I stored the data, it was correct. Yeah, the data itself, the JSON file had just 3 items. So I think something in my serializing code or my deserializing code in this case is buggy. Let's see why. Let's see exactly where this gets called for the first time. Okay. This is the first time. It says here's the point. Here's A, and what this should do is create an object of type A if the name is A. That's really what it should do, right? That's the abstraction here, I guess. This did work. It went here to create the object of type A. That's fine. But now there's an A again. Oh, but it might not hit. Yeah, now it reaches B. B is fine. Here's B. Okay, this is yeah, something gets called here way too many times. check if it's loading. If ref is loading. See what happens when this is hit for the first time. Child is null. Okay. So nothing happened. So it skipped it. It couldn't find anything. Let's see which call of mine was this happening. Which call is in user code? Yeah, so it was calling my call. This is fine. Oh, that's interesting. It's almost like there's no... How did this work? So there was a reference here. It was an array of JSON files with 3 elements. So far, this is good. Okay. But then... confused. It did look like it was hitting the stack correctly. Yeah, the child should be an LPTR. That actually makes sense. But where is... Name is A, container is null, that's fine. What is the value on this JSON? Oh. I have an estimate on what this could be. Let's see what this could be. Let's read this JSON that I'm reading again. So the JSON is, or the representation of the JSON, an object, right? There's an object called owners. You get an array of 3 things, but let's look more deeper into what this array of 3 things is. This thing is null. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. No, this should not be a null. No. Okay, so I think the saving is actually a bigger problem. When it's saved, which is weird because I was under the impression that we did get this to work correctly, but maybe I screwed something up now when I add this. Let's do something like log JSON dump. It's gonna print what's in this JSON before I even read this. About okay, owners is null. Okay, so the owners were never deserialized. So I guess something I just did recently. Oh wait, it's because of this. Ignore this. Let's do this again. This is just a bug for me doing the debugging and not noticing that I'm bypassing the saving code as well. Okay, saving code is good. A, X50, B, yeah. This is fine. So this isn't the problem. The problem was that my debugging code was kind of incorrect. So what I want to do is I still want to you know what I'll do? I'm good. Just do that. I will not see the saving text just for the debugging measure. I'm going to just save this the string. Right? I'm just gonna let's just something like a string text equals this. Can I do this? Oh no. This would work, right? No? Forget. Crap. Parsing of strings or something. Let's just take it from a file. I hate this stuff. Let's do something like a let's go to VS Code. I'm just going to save it in a JSON. I'm going to save it on my desktop. Let's call it test data.json. Good. And now instead of creating data and all that, I'm literally just going to do serialize it. I think I can just do create from JSON file, and the file is going to be file, get file on desktop, going to get file on desktop with what's it called? Test data, I call it test data.json. Yeah, this should just work. Mission file, data file. This should be the same. Should still be buggy, by the way, but should still work. So that should allow me to kind of have kind of remove the saving code and just debug the loading code easier. Okay, now let's see exactly what happens here when I do this. If ref is loading. Actually, I don't need this because this is not going to be called by saving. I can just debug this. Good. Okay. So I got an object, but let's see what the JSON that was passed to me is. JSON is an object. It does have the name A. And then there's an object with the X variable. Yeah, so this is fine. This is correct. The file that passed to me is doing what it should, but probably here there's a bug. Something is missing here. All right. See what this does internally. So validate add. Okay, that's fine. This is going to search really. Add child. Okay, add child calls to another add child. This creates the child. Okay, create a child with name A. Okay, it wants to create a loader for that specific bit of the JSON, right? It says, basically says if the JSON has the object called A, right? Because which type is it? Yeah, so it does find that one if it contains the name, and it does contain the name. Good. This is where the if statement happens. This is where it should validate everything. So now it says, well, I'm good. I should be calling this because I found the child, right? I mean, not this child. This child is as the result here. I found a reflector here that says give me the JSON with that file in it. Yeah, like this looks correct. But it's probably operating on the wrong thing here or something. Yeah, and it did create it. It did create it correctly. The question is it also going to create B? What's it going to do now? B comes in, goes here. Yeah, it doesn't contain B, so it just leaves. And then it tries to add the child. Yeah, but this thing should do nothing really, if I understand correctly. Yeah, my understanding is that this should fail and do nothing. It's possible the bug is somewhere else too. So what happens to the object now? Is it B? No, it's still A. So it didn't do anything excessive here. This, I think this works. Maybe the problem is in the container code. That's also possible. The container somehow created two things. That's weird. Here it is. So the container somehow added more things than it should. I wonder why. Let me think about this. The container somehow things were added to this container for no reason. No, actually, you know what? That's not true. All these three should have been added like this. I think I'm resizing this. I think I'm calling a resize. And then one by one, I'm deserializing these files. I think this is okay because I think that is that it should have known that there are three things happening. The question is, when does this get changed? Can I add a watch to the size of the vector? Is that a thing? Probably not, right? Interesting. Oh, wait a second. Hang on a second. I might just be super stupid and just not paying attention. And let me start by doing. I have some feeling about what I'm about to. I think I know what just happened. I think I'm stupid. See what happens now. Okay, my serializing code is fine. I'm just stupid. Here's the problem. I completely didn't notice about something I was doing there. I think the problem is in my in this pointer ID class. I think I'm doing something very silly there. Maybe not here. Oh, yes. Okay. This thing creates pointer array. I can't use this in the serializing code. This creates new stuff. Okay. That was just a stupid thing to do. Let's do this again. So I am going to create. I don't need to do this thing. I just need to create a pointer ID or whatever. I can just do this actually. No, I just need to return pointer. Okay. This should make sense because this is for creating a default object. Oh, I'll get for abstract class type. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, now I probably need to change this. Let's make this const stood weak ptr t a. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we are getting somewhere. Still have errors, but I can solve them. And if I pass vec and created, yeah, so Martina says, what could be cool? A cool serialization system is upon declaring a sub-object, maybe with a macro that adds the property to a reflector system, or with a class that pushes the object pointer to a container, an optional name parameter. Yeah, the thing is, I guess the thing that this library was trying to solve, and similar to other libraries, I guess, is that you sometimes need a way, which is really what happens here. So let me explain. So let's say that I have a vector, right? I'm deserializing the vector. If my vector is straightforward, like if everything has default constructors and everything, then I can just say, okay, well, take a vector from the JSON and take the container and change this one to fit with this one, right? This is what my library does by default. It's and it works. You can just do add container, and you give it the container with this name thing, and that's it. And yeah, so I have that thing. It gets interesting where the objects are not trivial, like where the objects have a constructor to them. In this case, this object is complicated because these objects depend on the container. Kind of weird. So you want to make sure that they're given, that there's constructor also to given, right? So yeah. So usually my like if you look at most of my user code, there's no parameters there. It's all it's pretty straightforward, but it gets interesting when I'm creating this pointer ID thing, which is a library object. So that's where this is more involved. I think it's more involved in all serialization libraries, really, because of the way objects are constructed and copied and moved. Like it's not it's hard to give the serializing library a way. Just hey, manage this, make it work, because your semantics are custom sometimes. So it's that's why when I have a default constructor, everything just works. But whenever I have a custom constructor, especially these kind of things, this gets difficult. Anyway, what my part was this constructor? This is like a vec and created. Created is a shared pointer. Oh, maybe I should also. Can't it make where was pointer ID class? Can't this thing make a can this thing be constructed from a shared pointer? If it's a shared pointer, this is not going to work. I thought it should, right? I thought a weak pointer can be created from a shared pointer. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I do need to somehow explicitly also give it a shared pointer. Let's do that just for the test. Right, I'm just gonna copy this and do a version with a shared pointer. Just to see if this is what stops it from compiling. Okay, returns a pointer. Which takes in What do you mean? Why doesn't that work? Biggest. Yeah, this one I thought. Like, now it says that I have two constructors that are ambiguous. Ambiguous. By the way, can I construct a shared pointer from a weak pointer? Is that something that happens default? Let's see. I need to learn more about these weak pointer semantics. Let's just have a new console app object. And let's see. So if I want something like a equals to shared PTR and let's do make shared and stud with stud with PTR. Can I do that? Is that okay? Yeah, I thought that's fine. That's what I thought. There's a conversion from this one into this one. I'm really surprised that that's why the other thing didn't work. Yeah, by the way, this is the other way around. Like if I had this being here and then I should do something like y. Can I do x equals y? No, right? I can't create the shared pointer from a weak pointer. I think it has to be like lock. Yeah. Just to write this text. Yeah, let's finish with this because after you solve this whole end of the code, it's been delayed me for so long. Yeah, so I don't think I need the shared pointer one. I think the weak pointer should work. I should be able to construct this. So let's see exactly what isn't compiling. Yeah, so yeah, and in this case, this has to be a weak pointer, by the way, because the idea is that there's two properties that are interesting with a weak pointer. One is that weak pointer does not maintain the lifetime, and this is very important because I want that if, like, think about this, because all these lists in the case of our composition program, they're held by the user, right? The user the user, like in the UI or something. So the user might add a function and a bunch of function calls, and it's very possible the user will delete that function. That is a valid thing to do. And I don't want to keep the references while this is live. However, I do want to check that pointer if it's been deleted, which the weak pointer can do. Like the weak pointer can say, hey, has the strong pointer or the strong shared pointer been deleted, and not go into a path. That is a legal thing, a legal operation on a weak pointer, which I cannot do if I had something like a unique pointer. If I had a unique pointer, I had to pass a reference to the unique pointer, right? Or a pointer of the unique pointer or something like. So there's no and that would make it really difficult, I think, to work with if I had this. If I had to work with, and also there's something that helps about holding the list of weak references. That's something actually a good quality that it has. So it probably could be done. I probably can implement something like this with a unique pointer as well. But I like the shared pointer. It's actually possible that I will use the shared characteristics in some places as well. So what's going on with my types again? I wanted to create. What was the call side of this? Create pointer ID of t, and I'm creating an a. Okay, that's fine. So it created. This is a shared pointer of t. Okay. I guess because my guess is that you just couldn't assume this. There's something about the. And when I did A before, that worked, but didn't do exact. There's some weird problem that was just there before when I had this. Right, what was the problem that I ran into when this was an A? Just A. Yeah, actually, let's do the default, by the way, so that it's the default should be a weak pointer of t, not t. I think this compiled, but there was some error, right? What happened when I did this? Okay, this worked, but let's see if it did the correct thing. Because maybe this is all I need to do. New data. Yeah, this is good. 3 things. The first one is type A. Let's see the second one. Type B with the text. Second one is also A. Woohoo! This worked. Let's also, okay, this was awesome. Now I managed to do both of these. Let's also do this O2 data equals create additional data. Let's go back to this test I had before. I will not read it from file. I will do something like O2 JSON equals serializing to JSON data. Create from JSON data. So I want to see that it's data. No data, JSON. Okay. How's everyone doing, by the way? How do you enjoy this AI generated music? I'm getting into it. It's still not what I would have listened to, but you know, I don't know. It's not so bad. I've heard worse. Okay. I think this looks really good. Okay, this looks really good. I think this worked out really well. The pointer vector is also correct, right? So pointer vector has, yes, here it is. Here are the objects in the pointer vector. Awesome. Okay, so this is great. This is what I was after. So just to give you a clear idea, what I was going for, to go back a little bit, is I wanted to create this thing where when you serialize this stack, this graph of object that has multiple derived types, right? Not just a single type, a container of these derived types, and other containers, in this case I just said one for the example, but other containers that hold pointers to that type, and the connections get restored when we serialize and deserialize. And I think we got that. I think this worked. And now it's just about, I can maybe have a commit to this point. And start to implement this in the language and see exactly why did I went on this journey of doing this horrible mess of a project, right? So I'm gonna probably write pretty much. Some of this code is already in the library, so I can probably commit. Let's see, commit this thing called serializing. Added pointer ID and fixed stood shared PTR. Serial reflection methods. Okay. Great. So I did this. Now let's go to my language, which probably will not compile now. Probably, you know what? Maybe I will, because I've done things in here. I probably can remove everything that I've done here, right? Yeah, boring stuff. Let's remove everything that I changed in the language itself, and I will start now refactoring the language part with everything that I've just implemented. So now hopefully it will slowly but surely become useful. Let's begin. Before, I will get some water. You know what? I'll take a 3-minute break to get more coffee, and I will be with you shortly. Now with voice. All right, I'm back. Oh, forgot my glasses, so I'm not back. Okay, now I'm really back. How's everyone doing? Hopefully people are having fun. So I'm back here doing all these kinds of like refactorings and other work with my musical composition software. All right, sorry about that. My computer completely flipped out. No idea what happened there. I really got to get a separate computer for this stream. Does anyone have a recommendation for a Windows computer? A Windows laptop that has good thermal management, so it's not loud. I'm not going to play games on it, but I need something that does not power up the the fans quickly. That's the main thing. I really wanted to get like something like a MacBook Air, but I need another Windows computer. I need a Windows computer. So if someone has a recommendation to me on the chat, that would be great. No, streaming is not over. Streaming is still happening. There was a little break because of a problem. So what I asked before was that maybe someone has a recommendation for a good Windows computer, one that would be generally silent or not so super silent, but something with the fans don't kick in unless you're like playing a game. Something that has good thermals. I'm just talking about a laptop, not a desktop. Desktop would mean I have to buy like another keyboard and mouse, and just there's no way to place it on my desk. So just a laptop. So if anyone has an idea, I'll be very happy to hear on does not have to be like a high-end gaming PC, but because I honestly don't care about stuff like a good GPU. I don't care so much about that. I can deal with those pretty low end, but it would be great to have something that I can use as my Windows dev machine. So it would be great if it can something that has decent performance from the CPU perspective. But thermals I think is the most important thing. Like if the thing is gonna just make a ton of noise, I'll never use it. So very important. Okay, back into my code. So what happened just before I left was that I did some refactorings in my and some add-ons to my serialized library because I want to add this type that can be have pointers, but also something that has pointer connections but also serializable. I finished with that, and now it's time to refactor my language, my musical composition language, to use this new structure. That is really why we're doing all of this. That's really the reason for this whole mess to happen. So let us have a look. Okay. Yeah, like one of the reasons why I was thinking of getting a MacBook Air was that the MacBook Air especially the new ones with M3, M2, those are really fast and they have no fans, so they make no noise, which is really useful for a stream. But I need a Windows machine, and you can't really run I mean, you can, but you can run a virtual Windows machine on a Mac now, but it doesn't work well because it's an ARM CPU, and I want something with an Intel CPU. Okay, where was I? Let's see where this whole thing is used and why is this using this. So the question is, and a remote machine. Yeah, so I have a remote machine right now. I have a very strong remote machine. in Oral Lubyanika's house. But the thing is, it's over there. It's in another country. So I'm using it, but I can't use it for a stream. For the stream, I would need something where I physically connect the camera and I physically connect the screen capture. Because if I would broadcast those out, it would be basically the same problem that I have now. That now I'm broadcasting those out, and this is where it costs me. So I need to, and I have a card where I can kind of get the screen share out, and I can just connect the camera to this other computer. And then the advantage is I could run OBS and the streaming software and everything on the other computer, but I won't need to. Maybe an NUC. What's an NUC? What is an NUC? NUC computer? What am I looking at? Oh yeah, that's interesting. The only problem with those computers is that they don't have a screen and a keyboard, so I would need to put. Those would work. The problem is that I would need to buy a screen for them and a keyboard to put on my desk. So I just don't like it from an ergonomics point of view. I think it'd just be annoying to have all these extra stuff on my computer, on my desk. Because I need to have those in the same time, right? I need to have like now, for example, I need to see the stream in the same. I need to have two screens basically. Like I can't just do it with one screen. I need to see what I'm doing. Because for example, now you see that I'm switching from this view to this view, and I'm doing it on another screen on the same computer, but it's still. I need to have some visual feedback. I can't just do a switch, switch, because then I won't know. For example, if the stream is disconnected, I wouldn't be able to know. Like I need to see the chat and everything else from that other machine. Okay, so let's get back to things. I promised myself I would finish this big refactor, and I just made the let's call it the library part for this, but now it's about to refactor the real language. So here we are. Everything started because and now I'm going to break the language in so many different ways. So everything started because I have a module, vocabularies, language, music, not music. This is not here anymore. Right, get out of here. So I'll start with it incrementally. I'll start with this thing called the holder. This is something I wanted to remove from this code for a while. There's something that really. What I did was I had this thing called the holder that I just used for serializing. Really, it's just a mess. It's just there's so much code here and there's forwarding that, and it made the use of this so complicated. I really want to just remove this. I really want to make this whole thing just a function. That's really what I want. I want this to be a function. So I'm going to get rid of the thing called holder. Completely get rid of this. And I'm just gonna keep the contents of the serialize function and gonna do something similar with what I did in the test project with a function that does this poly serializing, blah blah blah. So I'm literally removing this entire class. This is going to break all over the place. I love things that break all over the place. And I'm just going to do this. I think the namespace has to be EA. I think the namespace just have to be this. Namespace EA. I need to see if that's true. Namespace EA. So, and what do we do? I need to do void serialize object, and it's going to take a stood shared PTR off lang expression XPR and a reflector. This is what this basically the template overload that would help this resolve. Now I can do using namespace. This is fine. This is lang expressions. Okay. Yeah, pretty much something like this. I need to add a bunch of other elements in it, but the idea is that I would do this. This is going to break in so many ways. So it says, for OBS, you'll still need the proper rig. The thing sucks your performance out like a leech. Yeah, well, hopefully I would just use it for OBS alone and not for actual programming. So I have a machine here that just runs OBS and maybe a browser window or something. Yeah, we'll see. I might bite the bullet and just get a MacBook Air. I don't know. I mean, those MacBook Airs are pretty powerful, and they're silent. So maybe I'll get that, or maybe I'll buy another expensive coding computer and use this good laptop that I have as the streaming machine. I don't know. So many options. Okay, now let's see how things feel. Okay, so this is going to be an own holder. This is going to be an owning pointer of an expression. Good. I got a cheap touchscreen on Amazon for $60. It's big as a tablet and works flawlessly. Oh, really? Well, if you have, if it runs Windows, it has to be Windows. I'll be down to test it. So please send a link to whatever it is you got, because I don't want to look at it. Oh, you mean just a screen? Yeah, that's an option, I guess, having like some small screen and then connect it to a desktop. But I don't know. It feels loose to me. Like I feel like I would like to have, you know, a machine that kind of self-contained. I put it right next to me for the chat and whatever. Then I'm finished with it. I kind of close it, move it to the side. I think from just for ergonomics, from an ergonomics point of view, I don't want to have 3 devices here with wires and stuff. I would just like to have one computer that can be removed whenever I finish the stream. If I'd have a desktop here, it would be such a pain to just take it apart. Okay. How's everyone doing on the chats? You know, like I said, keep saying, I'm streaming this on different platforms. So people are watching this on Twitch, people are watching this on YouTube, people are watching this on Facebook and Twitter. Apparently a lot of people are watching this on Twitter. X. It's kind of cool. Feel free to let me know what you're thinking. What are your opinions? I'd be interested to hear. Okay. Back to work. Come on, being productive. Okay, so what I did was I changed the type on this thing with knowing that literally is going to break the world. The world is going to break. So a lot of things kind of expected this thing to have a holder. And I just changed it to a unique pointer, which later I will change to my pointer ID. So I just changed this to holder expression. I don't need stuff. So I just need owned holder is mount whatever. Now it means that holder yeah, so just compare the addresses. Yeah, let's remove expression second. Add. Okay, so this is just gonna be expression. So it would be cool if you can also stream it on Discord. Honestly, I can stream it on Discord. Let me think about this for a second. You know what? I think I should. I don't know if this streaming program I'm using right now let me do this in like a straightforward way. Yeah, I don't see Discord as an option, but what I could do once I get this what's it called, the OBS setup happening, I can just broadcast with an OBS link into Discord. I think that would be like a big reason also to use this. Okay, what does this do? Create. Oh, no, I don't need to do this. So now when I created this object create, this is kind of weird. What do I want to do there? Yeah, so this just now this is just a regular pointer now, right? Oh, I used to call this a map, right? Oh, it is a map. This now, but it's probably not going to need to be a map pretty soon. So I'll start with it being a map just for now. So I created this, and then I will create the object inside of the owning pointer. Okay, so what is this I'm actually working on here? Okay, so what I'm working on here, and you will see this once I finish this big refactor. Really what I'm doing is, now that I've done this data structure, I'm going to implement this on my map, right? The motivation to do this was that this kind of pointer connection with IDs was implemented already in my language with stuff like calls and function calls, for example. But it was so wordy and loose, like I felt that it was gonna break every second. There were so many moving parts with how the ID was connected to the thing that it was pointing on. There's a bunch of checks. There's a bunch of like structures there just to make it make this thing work. And now I am going to implement, just bring in this new data structure into the library, and hopefully I will remove a bunch of code as a result. Hopefully it's going to clean up everything in the structure of my language, and will help me clean up the the entire flows. Okay. Looks like I need to get a flight onto the Bay Area in a few days. It's gonna be fun. I like the Bay Area. If anyone is here from the Bay Area, let me know, and we will hang next week when I'm around. Okay. Now, I'm going to. Okay, so this just means I wanted to create like oh, I see what happens. Before that, I wanted to create. I don't need this anymore. Yeah, I think I can just do object, just create P, because now I don't need to have a. Before that, I had like a temporary holder object there, and there's like a bunch of stuff dealing with the holder object. I'm getting rid of that crap. I don't need this anymore. Now I have a good way to do things, because I've fixed my serializing library to handle these polymorphic cases as well. I believe so. So this is going to be my creation. Right? This is going to give me a pointer. Let's return a pointer. That's stupid. Anyway, I'll do it even though it is a pointer. Okay. Well, in Austria, we don't have a Bay Area. Yeah, it's a very specific. The Bay Area is usually. I don't. Are there other Bay Areas, like places that call themselves the Bay Area? I always thought the Bay Area is a specific. It's like known as the name for that area in Northern California, where San Francisco is. So it's not just. It's not like the bay around my house. I think it's like the, yeah, the Bay Area. Anyway, I did this. Now I do not need this. Exists. Okay. Oh, there's so many hacks down here around this holder object. This is going to clean up so much of the code. Good. So now So there's still the old ID here. This is a unique ID that was done before. I'm going to remove this. Now they have a new thing, so even that is going to get removed. Let's do this, and I'm creating a T. That's great. So just remove T and the ouch. Yeah, now look at this. I've never even used this. So I'll just create. Okay, suddenly this code is already better, but it's still not good. So I will fix the horrors one by one. Okay. Okay, I don't need to do this anymore. Create objects. Oh, I do, because it is a does return a pair, which I also need to get rid of. I need to get rid of this pair. But this is a pair of an ID and a T reference. Okay. So why can't I call this? Create object of T. Return create object. I want to create this. Oh, I see what happens. I do need to do what I did before, because this thing returns me the base class, and what I need is a concrete type. So I think what I will need to take something like internal, and I will return the internal, because this has a known type and not the base class type. Okay, now what's this next error? Expressions create. Yeah, no. What is this? This goes on over the map. Expressions create with Oh, it's still the second. I have to get rid of this map. This one thing that has to happen here. This is going to be such a nice. Okay, this compiles first, so this works hopefully. Good. Just to make sure, let's try serializing something here. So I'm going to the console of language. It's amazing how much this thing is going to slowly make my code beautiful, slowly but surely. Let's go here. Let's go to. Oh, sorry, it's here. Apps. Yeah, so I'm just going to start by serializing debug JSON expression map. Let's see if it can do that. This does not have the concept of the pointer IDs just yet, but it does have. Here you go. Awesome. It has this thing, unique ID. I'm going to get rid of this thing. But first of all, it does serialize. Oh, wait. Oh, it is A and B. That's right. I forgot. But I should see the actual types here. That's weird. Wait, that's not correct. No. But I do have something called A and B somewhere here, right? Wait, this is weird. Show this to me again. Name A. No, this is not good. I need to see the actual type. This doesn't do what I need to do, or at least it doesn't resolve to my. I think this doesn't get resolved probably. Shared pointer of expression. It's probably not resolving. Yeah, it's not resolving. Let's see why. Oh, because it's not a shared pointer. It's this was an owning pointer or something. Yeah. Okay. I'll do this and then I'll change it to a shared pointer in a second. Okay. Maybe I just don't have serialization for these types. What are these types? Multiply int, typed graph, and function call. No, I don't have. I probably don't have those. Let's add them. So let's do it. Poly. One is a function call. It's gonna be a function call, right? Let's call it a function call just to be compatible with XML. And let's do something like a. What else? I have the multiply int. So this one is multiply int. And the other one was function graph. I think this needs to be a type function. So let's start. I think I need to do separately type graph int. Type graph int. And while I'm here, let's also add type graph music sequence. Line music sequence. Sequence. So these are the types. Let's see that if it can do them. Ooh. Can do function call. Oh, because function call. Okay, we have to remove this thing. Function call now has a has an ID, so this thing. I'll add this default constructor for now, but I think it's. I need to fix this particular class now that I have a good system to do that. Good. Here you go. Here are my types. The first type is type graph int. Then I have a function call. Then I have another function call. So I did two function calls into this. The typed graph is actually not correct. I need to see the multiply here, right? Do I see the multiply function? Oh, maybe because I didn't. I'm not correctly serializing type graph, right? There's no serialize function. Okay, I was just lazy and didn't serialize the body of the function, but I think I'm getting somewhere. So let's start by committing this and say lang. Oops, not here. Here. Let me commit this as well. Let's do something like edit example for pointer. That was the previous thing we've done, but there's the example side of it because the data structure is in the library. And I'll commit lang. Let's do something like removed holder in favor of direct polymorphic serialization. So that was one thing. I removed that whole in between holder objects. Now let's switch the real data structure to be this. This will create problems because I'm literally going to remove this entire concept of ID from my program. This is going to be so much fun to just remove. Because now in the new system, my ID is just something that happens during serialization, and it's never needed in any other place. So I just remove that type altogether, and I'm going to fix all the breakages that happened, and it's going to be a lot. So let's see what they are. Okay, the container, I don't even need this to be a map anymore. This will literally be it would just be an owned vector of expression. Owned vector is like a vector of unique pointer. Maybe I don't even need this, right? Much simpler. Oh, sorry. So it needs to be the shared vector because of this weak pointer thing. So this needs to be like a vector of stood shared PTR of expression. This is really what it is. Okay. Now, the thing that creates an object is exactly what I called before pointer ID. So let me just do something like using pointer. Pointer ID equals serializing pointer ID of T. Sorry, because there could be different T's here. Yeah, so this one, this one we could just do. So use a serializing pointer ID T, right? T. Oh, and I know which type of container it is, right? So the container is this. So I can just say. I probably just need to do pointer ID equals pointer ID of T in container. So that would always bring in my container type. There's no other container types in this context. So this is one simplification. The other simplification would be that I would use expression pointer or something, which would be the base class for this. Some of these types would need to move somewhere. Because other classes are also using this. But it's going to be something like a vector of pointer ID of. Oh, sorry. Expression pointer is just actually the pointer ID of expression. This is what it is. Awesome. So let's see. I got the container. Now, what this is going to return is just the pointer ID of T. Good. Let's go back to my implementation. I'm going to start fixing those one by one now that everything stops compiling. I love when everything stops compiling. I love to use how to use the compiler, kind of force you to get your code correct. Okay, this is, I think this part should be in the header, right? Right here. Here you are. So this returns now a pointer ID or a expression map pointer ID. Of T. Okay, so I don't need this UUID stuff. I just need to create a new object. So this new object is, you know what? I've already done this stuff. Yeah, so I just need to do something like created equals serializing create pointer ID of type T and expression map container. Or just container, I guess. And then where is straightforward args. Nice. I don't need this crap. Contains. This is for the unique ID. Oh, you know what? This is called the unique ID, but it's not the unique ID. It's actually like a unique letter. So this actually should remain. Yeah, this should remain. So ID is not needed. Set map is probably needed. And return created, right? Much nicer than what I had before. Continue. Create expression that returns the ID. I probably don't need this anymore. What else is horrible here? This can probably move to the CPP file. I'm not sure why it's there. And this is not even a unique ID. This is okay. But yeah, this is the CPP file. Okay. So much stuff, so much code I can remove right now. It's unbelievable. Most of this code is going to be just useless. Okay, serialize is just add map. Now it's not even a map. It's just add child container. How do I call this thing? Something like objects. Or expressions. That's really what it is. Expressions. Maps. I need to change it. It's not a map anymore. Then if I load this, I have to set the map again. I probably don't need to do that anymore, right? Maybe I do. Maybe I do need to set the map because they need a reference to this. Maybe I can do that. So that but it would just mean that I can do this like this. Yeah, this might be needed, I guess, because it's not created for this. We'll see if this is needed. Okay. Let's see what else. I have this code, get index. Now it's not needed anymore. I don't need the holder. Right? This comparison is much simpler now. There's no holder object in the middle. It's now gone. Same thing. So this should get this would give me a pointer ID or something, right? So the get function, get me the pointer ID for this expression. Not sure what this is thing. I might even remove them. I just decided, hey, let's just work according to the pointer ID, right? Yeah, I can probably really clean up this interface. Expression get by the ID. Yeah, I don't like this. I probably need to see where all these getters come from. Really, what I just want is so that if you want something from it, you will ask for the, how do you call that? Pointer ID. Expression pointer. Yeah. I think really most of the time you would just use the expression pointer if you want to talk to the map. To look by the token. Maybe. I want to clean up all these lookups and all this interface. I'm gonna see in a second how they're all implemented because I probably don't want to expose all this stuff. Yeah, passing an expression. I want everything here to work with this expression pointer thing because this is a safe type that I know that is always going to be correct. Yeah, maybe I will start by removing all these, and I would literally create all these from scratch because it's so easy to do. Get expressions. Yeah, same here. This should give me a vector of expression pointer array. So, because this is for stuff like connections, when you connect one thing to the other. So give me a list of expressions. If you want to, I'll give it to you in a way that is already useful. Expression pointer. Right? Get expressions. remember. Okay, expressions. Oh, what is this? Okay. Wow, this is such a deep cleanup. Okay, so if then just return something that takes the map and the expression. I believe that should work. Let's see what else. Collect. Okay, collect is the same thing. Just another type has changed here. Okay. How's everyone doing, by the way? I'm here doing a major refactor after I spent the last few hours kind of writing some new data structures. So now I'm going to be removing a ton of code because this data structure is supposed to be solving a lot of these deep problems. As many of you know, I'm broadcasting this on Twitch, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. So I'm reading all your comments from all these places, and you can just write to me and I will see it. Okay, let's see what now. Get turns into expression pointer. No, there's not going to be any more raw pointers here. Expression map. There's only going to be these types. Oh wait, what is this? Sorry, it's going to be just an expression pointer. This with a if it's okay, go to a map. I don't need this. Yeah, so if element named token return map element. Otherwise, no, it's not gonna work. Expression pointer, right? That's a pointer ID. It should be able to work with this in an element. Why not? Pointer ID is a type. The tag should be able to take the container. Why couldn't it if I'll give it to the type in an explicit way, like a expression pointer? No, I didn't like the map. Oh, because it's a const. Can I make the map a const? You know what? Maybe I can. Maybe I can go to the way pointer ID. Like, right? It's very possible that I don't need map to be non-const here. Let's look at how I use the map. So one is to get the index off, right? I think that's a const operation. And the other is just an accessor. The question is, because I need a stateful object here, so I wonder, is getting this a const operation? Let's take a look. I'm not sure. Let's see if I can. If I get away with this, this might be really nice. Const container. Let's build this console app and see if this is gonna build. I'm not certain this will work. Maybe it does. Okay, it does build. Okay, so we're on the horse here. How do you say it in English? We're rolling. Good. So this now did compile for my change. Just need to change the signature of this function. It's called get. Oh, I removed this function altogether. Oh, because it get by token. I probably do need that, right? So yeah, let's do get. Okay, finish with that. Next, get by ID. Try to understand what this is. Get by ID. Oh. Maybe it's just something that's not in need anymore. I think this is for older stuff. I'll get rid of that. Get by... I don't even need this. There's no ID anymore. I don't need this. There is an index thing, but I don't think it's ever... It's now should be ever used by users of this class. Wow, so nice to clean up this interface. I love removing code. Things get so much clearer when you remove code. Okay, so this is something that finds the expression according to reference. Do I need this? I'm not certain. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's no reds here, but the world would probably fail to build because I removed a million functions and I need to change the types everywhere. But I am strong, and that's why I will do this. Okay, here's a great use case for why I need this. This cannot be here. This needs to be yes, okay. Now I have some cyclic references here because I do need wait, not necessarily. Where's my expression? I don't need an ID here. That's the main thing. This is not needed. Let's remove. There's some reference to the ID. No, good. So ID is out. There's nothing like that anymore. Set ID. Oh, I love to get rid of all these functions. Remove. Okay, instead of here, this should actually be something like an expression pointer. But let's move these definitions somewhere else. So I'll just make these things happen kind of globally. So this thing will be well, let's call this expression container. I might change this to be expression pointer ID. So basically this is a typed one and this is the untyped one. It's like the base class, which is like a simplification of this. Okay, good. So this is an expression container. Now this type is simpler. This type is simpler. Okay, this looks good. Now let's do something like okay, got all this. In the input does need a way to have, here it is, near the expression pointer. XPR, that's what it is. This thing still holds the map, and it actually probably does not need to hold the map. Can you remove that? Because this, yeah, I think I could probably get rid of the map. Oh, so much code is going to get removed. It's going to be so beautiful. I think there's a problem here where this gets initialized lazily. This gets initialized later. So probably I need to also add a default constructor so that this will provide a null objects. Okay. When you're adding this is exactly right. So this would be more like a yeah, so this is more like the connection. Connection is going to be the expression, or this is actually a child expression, and this will use this little ID system that I already have. Okay, when I evaluate here now, this I don't need to check on the map. Get connection. I already have this stuff, right? This connect I do need. This is just expression equals this. Does it disconnect? When I connect this, connects. I don't need an expression with connect. I need to pass a expression pointer. I don't need to set the map. Oh, so many functions are just getting out of it. It's so much fun. Get connection. I don't need this. I already have the connection. It's right here. Yeah, this is not needed. Oh, so much. Everything's here is going to be in this pointer. It solved the world. So when I do evaluation, I just do if expression return expression evaluate. Yes, that's really what it is, right? Or not return val equals. Yeah, good. Code removed. Set map does not need to exist. Connect. Oh, my connect is now different. Just it does exist, but I do want to connect with the expression pointer, and all this thing does is expression equals expression to use. Much nicer. Look at this. The code is so much cleaner. Get connection name. Get connection name if just like if expression return. Okay. Get all possible connections. So that's why I need the map. Okay, that explains it. So maybe I do need the map, because the map does collect. Okay, so this is really the only function that I need the map for. Okay, that's fine. So I could still have the expression map here for oh, but you know what? No. The expression holds the map. I don't need to keep setting this. I have my owner. So this would just be owner map collect. Here you go. And this just returns an expression. Yep, set ID is not needed. There is some notification here which I can probably do with the connect. Right? Yeah, I don't want to set the ID. I only want to work with my new type. Look at this. This type has solved everything. Const expression pointer. Right? All this does is connect. Right, expression to use. Check this. So easy. Look, the code became so trivial and easy. Slowly but carefully, this is going to be a really nice piece of code. Wow, this class got so much simple. Now I need to do some announcing to the listeners. Here it is. It's just in the single place. The operations are so much simpler. Oh my god, cannot believe how much this data structure is going to be saving me. Okay, get by token. I'm not sure why this is needed. Get. Maybe there was a reason to do that. So what was the exact problem here? Oh, let's do this. Just a minor syntax problem. Let's see what this does. Pointer ID of T. Pointer of ID. Gotta stretch. Woo. Woo. How are you all doing? I'm having fun here. I'm on a roll. My code is not compiling, but look at all these lines of code that I'm removing. This is so good. Okay, so create pointer ID, something like expression container or something. This is an expression pointer of T. Okay. There's a map here. I'm going over the set map. No, I don't need this anymore. I don't need to set the map. When I created the pen, I gave it the owner. It can go through the map like this. There's no need to do the map. So many crazy things I did here, just to so vector of ID. Okay, here we go. So instead of an ID, this needs to be a just like before. A vector of expression pointer, right? Now, when I remove something, body remove all matches, expressions. What's expressions? So remove is good. Oh, const expression. I don't like this. No. I don't like expression anymore. I only want expression pointer. Big Juggernaut says that Eyal is the titan of coding. Well, yeah. At least I have I've had like 5 hours where I feel like a failure in coding, and now I think I solved the problem. So now I feel like I'm on a roll. I feel so good. I feel like my coding experience is so good. Now just before I'm going to run into another bug. Okay, and hopefully slowly I would make this something that actually becomes into a program that has something on the screen and compiles and everything. Oh my god, so much crap. So, expression pointer. So, body needs to remove all matches off the expression, right? Const expression pointer. That's really all that it's doing. I should be able to compare this, right? Pointer ID. Can I compare this? Not yet. Let's just do that. If I compare, yeah, compare to another one, then just check that. Return object equals other. Yes, this is very true. Very true. And I felt really down today. I feel like I couldn't get through the hurdle. I was fighting this. I wasn't sure what the problem is. Yolanda was helping me. People were helping me. I was down, but now I'm up. Now is the good part of the day. Return object is equal to other.object. And you know what? I would also probably make this a templated way. So it could be so this could also be yeah, that's not good what I'm doing. Oh, container. Yeah, because I think we need to compare this with other types of pointer IDs as well. So I think I just do something like return equals other.get, because I already have functions that give me the memory address. Basically, this will be the only thing that I'll be comparing. Okay, better. And while I'm at it, just to operator not equals. This would return the opposite of operator equals. There you go. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so now I should be able to remove all of this, like all the operations. Once I've switched to this type, all the high-level operations should be really simple, as long as I maintain this object everywhere. Here we go, function call. So function call can just take this exactly. So const expression pointer, other, right, but also have nothing if I want to. Do I want to initialize with nothing? Probably not. What does it even mean to initialize with nothing? Let's do this. I might need the initialization with nothing for the serialization, so I can do this. So this would be a how do I call this? Function call calls the function, which is now an expression pointer. Type is so useful. So, is there a percentage of code? This is a great question. I'm going to answer this. So the question is from Bit Juggernauts. Is there a percentage of code that all Modalics products share, or do you start from scratch with each product? No, they share almost all the code. Well, not almost all the code. There's always product-specific code, but it shares a lot. Like actually, just to give you an idea, in most of the stream earlier, I was working on my serializing library. It's a library that takes any C++ type and can make it into a JSON, right? This is how presets in all our products work. This code is shared in everything. We're really trying to have a unified library where basically all the products would have similar ways of working, and that actually really helps us because first of all, it makes us be able to get new products out. Ooh, what happened to my camera? Camera does not like me today. Yeah, but the idea is that we definitely have a lot of shared code. Like it's also kind of organize into many different libraries, and you will see me working on these libraries, like I did now on the serialization library, and maybe I'll work in all my data structures, and then pretty soon I'll do probably a lot of graphic stuff, UI stuff. So maybe I'll add something to the library, because I'm always into adding things that will benefit all our plugins. So yeah, so I don't like starting from scratch. I think it's boring. Like, I don't want to resolve the same problems. Usually the things that would be in product specific code are stuff like the layout of the UI, but not the entire UI, just how it's laid out in the specific product. And maybe, obviously stuff like the algorithms of the DSP, but even then it will use a bunch of shared things. Like, for example, Bitfuzzer is using stuff that we wrote for the mixer in Mindset Drums, right? It's got the Mindset Drums has a simpler version of the crusher that's in Bitfuzzer. So we extracted that into the library, and now we can reuse this. We can create different products with this bit crusher. So yeah, hopefully that answered the question. Never know where to put my camera. No idea why it's looking all weird today. Oh wow, look at this. So there's a question here that says, "Hello, I'm an IT student and I'm from Vietnam. Have a nice day." Awesome. Thank you, Vigi Guitar. Happy to see people from Vietnam here. I've never been to that part of the world, and I would love to go. We're gonna get new headphones. I have to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with my camera. Can't find a good angle today. The webcam's going crazy. Okay. Back into code. Well, I hope you're enjoying this AI generated music. It's fun. Just checking to see how people doing in here. Okay, back to the work. So I'm trying to. I just wrote this type that simplifies everything that I'm doing, but I need to function. It will pretty much go everywhere in this language, because this type called expression pointer, it replaces basically a lot of things that were happening, a lot of hacks, and I think this kind of unifies almost everything. So if function is not null, yeah. So if it's basically get gonna be, but let me just for clarity add something like bool is valid. Const return the opposite of get, or return get not equals to null ptr, something like that. Right, I like better if it's valid. Moonblue says they're listening at 2 a.m. Right, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. is the time where you are, or is it 2 p.m.? Here it's 11:45 a.m. in Las Vegas, where I'm currently am, and it's I forgot what hour I started stream, but I think it was like 4 a.m. 4 a.m. From going back. I'm streaming now. I took a break. I think this is the second stream that I've done in the last 7-8 hours. So it's Jesus. Moses. Okay. So map get with the token. No, I don't need the token. That's weird. I just need a get. Something that gets me the thing. I can even use probably something like a brackets operator now. This is going to be nice. So I can do something like expression pointer. Oh, wait. Why do I need to even get the function? I already have the function. Here we go. So I just need to do, what's this get function thing? Oh, you know what? This is so easy. I can I can remove this. I can just do if. I think I can do something like if function. Then call this, right? Yeah, because the function is valid. I'm good. This is it. Another function removed. I love to see functions being removed. If function, I can do also is valid. It's the same thing. If function is valid. Go through the function inputs. Here you go. Wow, so much gets simplified. So much gets simplified. What else? Awesome. So now, connections. There's a map vector of a token and an expression. I don't need this stuff now. Oh, or maybe I do need the token. Do I need the token? It's the name of the input. Do I need that? I mean, I can have this as a map, but it can just be an expression pointer. Or, yeah, like this new type that I just created. Oh, I'm on a roll now. Expression pointer. Function connections would also take an expression pointer. Right? No. This is the one case where I do need to be an expression, like a regular expression pointer and not my special type. Yeah, this is the one case where because this case has nothing to do with all the weak shared pointer crap. This would be just a simple. This would be probably like a reference, really. Not sure I put a pointer there, but okay. What is this shit? Function graph. What is it trying to do? Map body.back. I have the map. So if what's the body? Body is a vector of expression pointer. Okay, that's nice. So I now don't care about the map. I can do body.empty and or body back get output. Yeah. Then just body back eval dot back. Yeah. Wow. Code is simplified dramatically. Here we go. What else? Oh, I need to have this assignment operator. Takes an expression pointer. That's great. What are these connections? This is a map of expression pointer, right? So input. Here we go. Input base does have an assignment operator with this type. Multiply that left. Left is an input. This looks pretty correct. What am I missing? Oh, here you go. I don't even list the reference. No vowel conversion to... Oh. Just lock that yet. So let's do something like let's do shared BTR of T. Lock. Return object lock. A non-const version as well or something. Oopsie. Oh wait, it's not. What's this create thing? Looks confusing. Where's the expression map? Yes, I think I don't need to create this like this. I can. I hope your channel will be successful more. And now I have to leave. See you soon. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully I'm providing good content for whoever was watching this. Mostly, hopefully, my efforts will be, resulting in a good piece of software. Something that will help you make music. Hopefully the content with my amazing AI playlist is good. Yeah, and like I said many times, first of all, feel free to help me out by subscribing. If you're on YouTube or whatever, subscribing would be good. I'm broadcasting this on both my channel, Modalics channels. Whatever one you're interested in, feel free to subscribe. And yeah. Okay, now this create thing, I can just make this just like everything here, expression pointer of type T. So what's the difference between this and this? I think there's no difference. I think it's the same thing. I can just remove this function. Call this just one option called create. Create object. Can remove so many unneeded functions now. So many. Okay, what else? Okay, so, here we go. So now I can just take the object and call it like this, right? There we go. That's really what it's for. So now once I'm creating the object, it basically gives me this wrapper object with pointer semantics that can always be converted into an ID. So it's going to be serializable. It's going to be, I can copy weak pointers to the surround. It's simplified so much of my call site. Let's see, type graph. Yeah, so I can just do this, right? Oh, but you know what? Here I'm returning a type, well, It's not so bad. It's not so bad. It is a little bad. Yes. So now instead of returning this, I guess the best thing would be, let's return an expression pointer. Let's return this, right? Everything of this can return an expression pointer unless I have to be specific about the type, right? No references. Look at this, so nice. Code is so much shorter. Create multiplier. No need to have a reference here. This is with arrow. Why is that not working? Graph. Oh, because the return type of this is wrong. This should also be an expression. The XPR pointer ID of type T. Right? Yes. Body. Yes. Dot create. Okay, here we go. Create. This does not be a reference. This will give me the pointer ID. Perfect. I see a question here from aspiring polyglot Diego. Aspiring polyglot Diego. Okay. Hello. Been watching the coding sessions. Any advice for a CS student who wants to develop software for the music industry? Yes, I have advice. Watch this stream. No. The real advice is, in my opinion, you gotta be. If you want to be a programmer, right? For the music industry, you should do two things. One is you should get very, very good in C++. Even if at the end of the day you're gonna choose to use some other language, like let's say you like Rust better or something, like and you want to make your project in Rust. All the code that's written in the world, like code for the DAW, code for the plugins, code for an audio engine for a game, all this stuff is written in C++. So you have to be very good at C++. Like you have to be good in reading C++, understanding C++, writing C++. So I would say, like, if you wanted me to hire you, I would ask for proficiency in C++. So I would definitely do that. I would try to get control over how the language works, semantics, pointers, classes, whatever. I think that if you want to get a job, that would really help. The other thing to learn is it's good to, if you're doing projects, I think the best way is to make projects from beginning to end. So for example, say that you want to make a plugin, so make sure that you make a plugin, like make something from beginning to end, make make something that you like, make some music software thing, and try to follow through with this. Because there's all these stages of a product, even a simple product. And I think that if you will take it from beginning to end, it will already put you really high in the list of people who want to apply for a job, right? Like if you come to me for an interview and you can show me things that you've done, it's nice. But if you can show me that you've solved all the problems of a product, like you've solved the UI, connected to the presets, connected to the DSP, and you kind of made this, made a thing work, and you observed the different, let's call it, problems that you might run into, and you have opinions about them. I think this is the point where you have a good chance of getting hired. Hope that helps. Okay. So I think I'm very close to getting this code to compile. So close. Yeah, ID. There's no need for the ID. Look at this. So nice. What else? Created. Already created. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Then remove. We just remove from both of them. Nice. Okay. Yeah, all these references not needed. Just pass by value. These are pointers. These are just arrows instead of dots because they're pointers. Function graph. Okay, that's not a problem. So if I want a function graph, I can just have ask for a expression pointer ID with function graph, I guess. Right? Is that true? What I'm doing? Yeah, this is true. So I just need to call this like this. Yep. Probably should make this a cleaner looking type, but this is the idea. User function. Yeah, don't take, you can take the expression right directly, I guess. User function is expression pointer. Create call. Oh, here it is. This still takes a thing directly. So take the map and then take the expression pointer. Ooh. Yeah, so now this is the wrong predicates. So this needs to be constant expression pointer. E equals owner. What is owner? Okay, so it's e get. What's the next part? Yeah, so the question is, thank you. I've been following the Juice tutorials. How else can I expose myself to all aspects of a plugin product? Yeah, so first of all, some of those you'll just notice yourself. Make stuff, make something, like have an idea, and finish it. And you will find what's missing. You will see the bugs in this. You can have, if you find even one friend that will use your product, that can test it, that's probably all that you need, because that friend can, you know, kind of give you, they can tell you what's missing, what's not working, right? Somebody who's using a DAW. Mechanically, you should go to the Audio Programmer Discord channel, where I'm one of the mods. Many people ask questions there. I think it's an awesome place to learn coding. And yeah, that would be the place, I think. I would definitely go there and have fun there. Okay, I'm so close. You know, it drives me crazy that, you know, you have so long before I have a fun version of the code that works. I'm so close, so close. So the bug is now no matching function for create pointer ID, because t container blah 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 blah. So you call function call with an expression. Okay, because I used to pass the map here. Expression and expressions. Okay, that's fine. This should work, right? Maybe, maybe not. It should work. What is missing here? Expressions, create. It said that it couldn't call create pointer ID of type function call, blah blah blah. Let's see why. Obscure C++ template error messages. Auto equals to auto call blah 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 blah. No matching function call for create pointer ID. Okay, non-constant value if type is already combined. Okay. Oh, well, there's a const correctness here. That makes sense if that's true. Oh, here it is. First of all, here I'm returning a. Yeah, that's not doesn't sound good. So this needs to be again expression pointer ID off IRT. Hopefully after I'm finished with this, should hopefully be soon, things will start to make sense. I'm really hoping. Create. Yes, there's something having to do with the function call. Create pointer ID. Type T. Let me see if I can do my own manual call. Let's not have these calls at all here. Will this compile? No, it's still try to compile these calls. What if I can just comment out these calls for a second, just so that I can create a quicker looking debug session, I guess. So let's try this. Okay, what doesn't compile here? Okay, that means it couldn't. It's weird because I thought it did work before. Should be able to construct an object, right? Why can't it construct a default object? It's a bug again. Oh. Okay, it looks like it didn't resolve to my implementation. Yes, that makes sense. It looks like it needs to somehow know. Yes, I think it needs to find a way to resolve this. This is really the main part of this. I think, oh, okay, this is what happened. This is not an owning pointer anymore. I changed it to a shared pointer. That's why it couldn't resolve into my implementation of this function. That's why it would work in the what I tried before. Okay, now this the library part of this compiles. It's good. Now let's bring back my testing app. Wow, I've made huge changes now. But I feel like I'll be able to move so much faster now that I've done this, because I was stuck around these data structures so long. Okay, let's fix now this one thing that's left. Hopefully one thing that's left. Oh, now I can actually, let's go back to main. Let's make a singular call myself to this, something like, so I need something like a language expression map. So this, right, map, and then expressions, the function call. What was that call? Let's see. First of all, let's see if I can just run this, right? Just initialize with the default constructor. Yes, good. Then let's manually do map create. I want to do something called expressions multiply int or something. Right, so O2M equals this, and now I should be able to have a call to M. Okay, this fails. Good. So let's see if I should be able to have a clean stack. It would help me find exactly what the problem is. Right. So the problem is I had the expression map. This was the big object that I just completely overhauled. It's used all over the place here. I created an object, and this gave me a pointer. Right. This gave me an expression pointer, or an expression pointer ID of type blah 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 5 multiply int, and I should be able now to create. I don't even think I need the function call, right? This will fail as is. Yes, good. So let's see why. The problem is create pointer ID takes this expression container. Oh, because I need to pass the container. Of course. I need to pass the map first. Looks like this compiles. Doesn't link. Okay, because I forgot something. Generate unique ID. Okay, there's some function here that I moved. I moved the CVP file, but it should still be there, right? Let's see. Okay. Oh, maybe there's something I didn't see. Maybe there's something like a template thing in that function that I... No, right? No templates in here. So why? What's missing in this? Like, why can't the linker resolve this? Really, that means there's something missing in the CVP file. Right? Nothing templated here. Nothing kind of weird. Or maybe I was expecting this to be included somewhere. Now it's not. Wait, but then it failed to compile. Let's look at my CVP thing again. Modules. Expression map is right here. Very nice. It says this folder is not in use, but it does. It is used. You're lying. Holder is also bringing an expression. That's fine. Doesn't bring in the map. Maybe I have some. I wonder. Oh, because I wrote it inline. It's not inline. Okay, things are compiling. Let's bring back my entire previous demo code. All right. bring back all these functions. And let's pray. Almost everything is perfect. Oh, this could not be a reference now. Connect takes, we'll see in a second what this takes. Oh. Something might not work here. Connections is a map type which already has an expression pointer, so can just take this. Connect would need connect pin here. This does not need to be an input base. Oh wait, connect is actually fine. I think it might work. Expression connect, input, arrow input. Create multiply function, takes expression pointer ID. Oh, okay. Because I need to return the actual type expression pointer ID of function graph, right? Or yeah. It builds. It builds and it's crashing in a weird way, of course. Let's see why. Let's see why. Let's see why. If it's saving, I need to maybe check if the object is null. I need to check. So I got here, and there's no container here. It's probably like a default state of something. Oh yeah, I should probably. Yeah, so I probably should do that. Had some. So in saving, if object. Wait, what's exactly is crashing here? Oh yeah, so you decided to touch the container, so, and it's possible the container will be null. So I need to do something if container container not equals. Because it should be legal for me to save, yeah, like or object equals no PTR, right? If one of those is or val, right? No, I think it's fine. Or maybe I'll make this also so that turn container PTR and this, because if there's no container, you're gonna be lost here. So yeah, so only if it's valid, do this. Right? And it's valid. No, let's put it here. Okay. Look at this. This serializes. And let's look. Am I going to have... I still don't have the IDs just yet. Wow, this works so well. Look at this. It's going to also serialize the... let's see if it can serialize the... Yeah, the function call needs to get serialized. Let's do that. Function call. But it did manage to find the function call, which is great. So the function call itself needs to get a serialize helper. Wow, this is going to be so much easier. Serialize expression and yeah, so what this needs to do, this thing called, I need to do the inputs as well, but I'm going to start with this. This would be ref. Okay, the question is, what IDE am I using? I am using CLion. Which is definitely my favorite IDE for C++. It's it's by JetBrains, so it's people know variations of things they've done like PyCharm, WebStorm. So this is the C++ variation of that. I am using a theme, custom theme. This isn't the default theme, but this is same thing. Okay. Add child. This is called function. Let's see now if this is going to serialize. Oh, look at this. This is awesome. You see, it knew that the function it calls is ID of 0, which I think is correct, right? It's calling this thing, type graphing. So, and I need to serialize a few more things in here for this to be a complete graph of the syntax tree of the function of the language. But this works. Wow, I'm so happy that this works. This is wow. It's almost like there's a saying for this. How do you tell where there's like a huge load taken off from my chest? How do you say? There's a way to say it in English. How do you say? I don't know how to speak English. Because wow, this code was so complicated before that. When everything I had to do was so loose, and now everything is so easy. Like I probably I removed like half the code. Like this, you see, I removed like half these functions because now all my management is so dead simple. Wow, I'm so happy that I got this to work. Okay, let's commit this giant piece of commit. What did I change in the toolbox? So I do there pointer ID. Okay, so I did two things. I did that pointer ID. I did here added default constructor and the use of a const container. This is really the library commit, but the language commit is major data structure refactor to use the new pointer ID for references. Yes, like a weight has been lifted from my shoulder or chest. Yes, this is the I've been streaming for like I've been streaming for like 8 hours today, so maybe the little English that I know has been lost at this point. I think this is true. Yes, this is correct. Yeah, like because it got to a point where this data structure was so complicated before, and every operation I had to do was like I had this like unique ID. Every operation was comparing the ID and then storing it somewhere else, and everything was so complicated. And now everything is so simple. Not so simple, but you know what I mean. Like everything is straightforward. Everything makes sense. Wow, everything makes sense. Okay. Now let's start. I need to start fixing those calls one by one. Wow. Wow. Okay. How do people do that stream for so long? I'm feeling like I'm tripping at this point. I'm hoping I did everything correct. But yeah, now I can move forward with the features that I really wanted to do, which is okay. I need to see if my the UI version will build. It probably doesn't build. I need to fix that too. Let's fix that. Hopefully that won't be that complicated. Here you go. Here are my errors. Good. So now instead of expression pointer get select expression, let's just take DSP expression pointer. And I don't need this holder stuff anymore. It's not in use. So just let's see. So the question is, this sounds like a nice relief. Lol. I don't know how long you've lived in the States, but I'd say you have pretty good English. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. I lived in the States for about 3 years, about 10 years ago. A bit more now, and I've been in the US for a few months, and I've been visiting here often. So I have American friends and or British friends. So I get to talk in English, but I still feel like I don't know. I feel like there's once in a while. It's very obvious for me that I don't know how to speak English. That I've been winging it for years, basically. But thank you. I really appreciate it. So I just need to remove some little extra baggage from this UI. Let's remove. I don't need this dynamic cast really. What am I doing here? What's this selected? Oh, great. So this should just be an expression pointer. DSP expression pointer. Dynamic cast. Why do I need this? Probably don't need this stuff. Oh, I just want to see if it's the type of this. Oh, I can actually do so. What that would be useful. So let's go to this pointer ID again. Let's add one more method here. I'd love to add that thing. So type name get as turn dynamic casts star of get. And unfortunately, I would also have to do the same thing with the const. Let's return a const pointer. And then this would just be return selected get as t selected. Get selected expression. Yeah, I don't need this function anymore. So many functions are just not needed. There were just so many hoops I had to go to, from the object to the ID or to the holder. So many kind of backward thing that I did just because I didn't find a better solution. Okay, so input, that's good. Connect, target. Okay, don't give me const DSP expression. Just give me a const DSP expression pointer. That's good. What else? I'm going over all the options, and these are already expression pointers, so I can just pass the option. Very good. Another cleanup. Input. No. What is the input here? Input base. Okay. Get. Oh, I don't even need the. What is because there's no need to do the get connection. I can just do this. Right? So I don't need O2 if the expression is good. Then this, and I can probably just have a function in there that just returns me this. So get type name text, right? So what do I do if it's not there? All the stuff should probably be in here, I guess, but I think it's okay for now. I'll make it better in a second. So the question is, what are you currently working on? So this is, hopefully this will compile in a second. You can see a little bit of that once I finish this big refactor. But this is a music composition software and plugin that is based on the idea of algorithmic composition. So the idea is the user can specify rules. Like you can say something like, hey, take this motive, repeat it 4 times, transpose it like this, make it double time, do this. So you can kind of specify rules of your composition, and you can create these long developing compositions from these kind of rules that you set out. And the interesting thing is that it's modeled a little bit like a programming language. Like it's kind of like a functional programming language in the sense that the user will be able to create these functions and kind of chain them together. Even though there's not going to be the user is not going to write code, the user is not going to write text code, but the user should be able to say quite a lot and have very, kind of create this chain of developing themes from, just a few simple themes. That's really the main goal. And that's why, some of the code I'm writing is complicated, because a lot of what I'm doing has to be very, very dynamic. Like, for example, there's a thing now where a lot of what I was doing the last few hours has to do with the way the user can patch function calls into functions. Like, let's say the user creates a function called, repeat this thing 4 times and make the second time double time. I don't know, something that's a function. So let's say the function has a name. The function is called, enhance part. That's the name the user called it. So then the user wants to be able to connect this into many places. Like the user can say, okay, well, enhance this part, but enhance the part of this MIDI line that I wrote, enhance this other part, enhance this part. Like the user can do all these calls. And what I was doing is I was working on this backend, these data structures that help maintain these connections, so that not only the user can create these connections and say, okay, well, here I'm calling this function, here I'm calling this function. The user could also store this as a preset, right? So you can make their preset in the program, hit save, and then when they reload it, I wanted to be able to kind of bring back all the connections. And this is the backend that I was just working on, which required me to do this big rewrite. Hopefully that answered the question. Okay, get selected expression. Oh, something like state that selected. Then, okay, again, DSP expression. No, it's going to be a DSP expression pointer. Good. Okay. So the question is, since I was here, the question is, so they save this function to perform the transformation to MIDI as a preset, basically. Yeah, I mean MIDI here. Think about MIDI as it's more like MIDI is like the end goal, but MIDI is not the actual format. Like let's say, just to give you an idea, let's say you have your project in your DAW, right? Like a Cubase, Logic, whatever. You have a project. The way let's say you see the piano roll, right? You see all the notes that you write. So those are stored in some data structure that's more useful than MIDI. Like it's a data structure. You'll have stuff like clips. Some clips have names, tracks, right? It's like some there's some higher level concept that's in the DAW. So the way it works here is the same. There's going to be a model, that will help you see and edit and everything, your functions and your motives and everything. And at the end of the day, you can just play it as MIDI, right? That would be the. But yeah, it's basically all these transformations you could do to your music. And you're not going to write functions that deal with MIDI notes in that sense. Like, it's not like you're going to write a function that looks at the note on and the note off and whatever. You're mostly going to look at functions that take longer pieces of music and make them do something with them. Like, think of something that says, take my motive, like a full motive, right? So a function is take my motive and run it through an arpeggiator. Right, that would be, a kind of the function you want to do. Like, take my motive and space it so that it's gonna fit within 4 bars, but kind of stretch it. Right, that would be the like an operation that you might want to do. Graph arrow. All of my functions are so much simpler now. It's amazing. So much less to referencing and So yeah, I don't need to hold this. I can just hold it like this, right? Oh, yeah, that's not true. This now is a BSP expression pointer ID. I have to change these to make these shorter names. Good. Do I make a const version of this? So the question is, cool, thanks for the time to explain. I just jumped here for a few minutes on my break. As an Ableton user, I'm definitely excited by the additions they recently made to allow for transformation of MIDI. Yes, this is very cool. What else? Makes me curious if there is some other DAW out there that allows the user to use both the GUI and at the same time use a scripting language to interface with the MIDI sequencer. So there's a little bit of scripting happens in some DAWs, like just to give you if you're using Ableton, you can write some Java code in Max for Live, I believe. In Logic, there's this thing called the scripter, which lets you write some JavaScript code to process the MIDI. Reaper has something similar, but yes, so there is a way to do that. But however, those scriptings that you can do in all these DAWs I mentioned are not what we're doing here. Those are scripts that deal with the MIDI notes. So you'll quickly see if you run a script on the MIDI notes, and this is something that I've done for a long time. A script on the MIDI notes has a lot of states that it has to treat. It's actually very difficult, because if you just want to write a transposer, right, that's easy, because you're saying, okay, well, every note that comes in, make it higher, right? But this gets complicated, because if you just want to write a transposer, you also want to make sure that you're transposing the note off for the right note, because so there's like this, you have to start holding state between these functions. So even something simple like transpose could show some complexity that otherwise you'll get stuff like stuck notes and things like that. So what this is meant to do, and this is where it gets interesting, this isn't a scripting language over MIDI notes. This is a scripting language over musical parts. So it works with much larger blocks of music and lets you evolve those over time. So so it's a little bit of a different domain than what these DAWs give you. Some of them will give you effects that will do this, like arpeggiators is kind of an effect that will, take one note from you and build 50, right? Stuff like that. One too many relationship. But in terms of scripting, it's actually difficult, because it's hard to expose this via a regular scripting interface. It's much easier to do something like like the scripter for Logic will do, which says here's a MIDI event in code. Here's a MIDI event. Deal with that, or change it. So you can do something like, okay, well, if it's people do that for stuff like velocity curve or something. Like if the velocity is like this, curve it like here. If the velocity like this, curve it here. You can do simple stuff like that. Anything to do with timing and holding state is going to be very difficult. It's possible, but you're gonna I mean, you'll see, like it's quite difficult to hold stateful objects in those scripting languages, or even in C++, by the way. Like even if you try to write a sequencer that would modify a sequence in C++ in a plugin, it's not so easy. It's quite a lot of state management that is not trivial. How to deal with loops and how to deal with changing sound. Like there's quite a lot of user problems in that domain. Okay. What is the problem here? This is a const T reference. It as. Oh, I think this might be the problem. Problem is that there's no need to call anything here. I'm so close, so close. By the way, how's the mix of the music and my voice? If someone could tell me, that would be good. This is AI generated music, by the way. I'm hoping it's okay. I find some enjoyment in this bizarre music. That gives me the pointer, right? Dynamic cast from okay, there's some const and non-const thing here. I might need I need the const version of the lock probably, and I need I think I need both of these. I think that's the problem. I need a const. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Very much appreciate you hanging out with me on the chat. Thank you. Okay. Let me cast from const to const. Any qualifiers. Okay. Oh, const. Come on. Where am I? Who am I? What's going on here? Okay, this is better. Literal. So get selected between. Okay, I think the thing is this does not need to be const. I can't just get a const pointer here. Maybe I'll just take this without the const because I'm going to modify this, right? Okay, this is better. Graph, it's fine. Okay, that's good. Very good. So this now is using graph think I've already have a using of this. I was going over and fixing, all these usages of direct references and stuff into my new like smart pointer class. Unbelievable, but I think this compiles. I have no idea if it's going to run. Oh, it does run. Look at this. Look at this. So let's see. Literal, I have two ints, a music, and a transpose. Let's pass it through a repeat. So I can take the music from the transpose and repeat. Yes. Yes. Let's make a form, which takes the output of the transpose, output of the... Let's take the original and take the output of the duplicate. Look at this. Look at me writing this much longer piece of music so quickly. Let's do a reverse. Right, so I can reverse this. Let's reverse the form. Wow, that's so cool. And then let's, after I reversed it, let's add another append that would take first the form and then the reverse. So this is how with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 actions, I can create music that's really long. And I just started with this 4-note sequence. This is really what I've done, why I've done all of this. Oh my God. There's so much more work to do to make this so usable, but this is the idea. Yes, I am so happy. Wow. Thank you so much for everyone who stuck with me this day. Let's make a good commit. So this is pointer ID. Added a helper to do dynamic cast from the pointer into the needed type. So I have that. Then let's do and moved UI example into the new language, what it's called, it's the new pointer type. This is so cool. This is going to make things so much easier. Okay, that was awesome, everyone. It's possible that I'll take a little break and then come back here for another stream. Maybe we'll see. I'm kind of on a roll today. Maybe I want to break some records. So thank you all for sticking around. I know some people went in, went out, but thank you. I really appreciate it. And I will see you soon. Have a good day or night.